All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome this morning to our District of Columbia Clean Energy Summit. We are so happy to see so many of you are here. However, before we get started, I just have one little housekeeping tidbit. We are all friends here. So if you could just take a moment and just come a little closer, we'd really appreciate that, just so that we can make room for folks that might be coming a little later and we can have those seats in the back. But we will be starting momentarily. But if you can make your way forward, we'd really appreciate that. All right, thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third DCPSC Clean Energy Summit. My name is Emil Thompson, and I am the chairman of the DC Public Service Commission. Today, we stand at the crossroads, a moment that calls for urgency and innovation. As we gather here, we must acknowledge the critical situation we face. Climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's a humanitarian issue that affects every aspect of our lives. First, we must recognize the urgency of transitioning to clean, carbon-free energy. The science is clear, and the evidence is undeniable. Our planet is heating up, sea levels are rising, and extreme weather events are becoming the norm rather than the exception. The transition is not just about adopting renewable sources. It's about securing a livable planet for future generations. The time to act is now. Every day we delay puts our environment, economy, and communities at greater risk. Second, it's crucial to understand the transformative potential of clean energy for social equity. Transitioning to a clean energy economy isn't just about reducing emissions. It's also about creating opportunities. By investing in renewable energy, we can create millions of jobs, particularly in communities that have been historically marginalized. Clean energy initiatives can improve health outcomes, lower energy costs, and enhance resilience against climate effects. It is imperative that we ensure all communities have access to those opportunities so that no one is left behind in this transition. Finally, I urge all of you to collaborate across sectors, disciplines, and borders. Our challenges are complex and interconnected, but so are the solutions. We need innovative partnerships among governments, businesses, colleges, universities, and communities. Together, we can harness our collective expertise and resources to accelerate the clean energy transition. So let's share best practices, invest in new technologies, and engage communities meaningfully. As we move forward today, let's commit ourselves to envisioning a sustainable and equitable future and actively work towards making it a reality. Together, we have the power to drive change to create a future where clean energy is a norm and where everyone has access to its benefits. I want to acknowledge a few different groups of people here in the room who are large parts of achieving this vision. The first person I want to acknowledge is Dilip Komuneni. I always butcher your last name, but Dilip, please stand. Dilip is the head of our Office of Climate Action within the Commission. He's our first ever head, and he is going to be one of the people who is going to be instrumental in really spearheading how we get the utilities to follow the district's clean energy goals. Also, I'm excited to welcome a very special group of DC Public School students from the Digital Pioneers in the DC International School. I think that's you guys right here. Will you please stand? We're certainly pleased to have you here. We know that a lot of the work that we do today will affect the world that you live in, and we certainly want your engagement and input. I also want to recognize Hunter Guthrie. Is he in the crowd yet? Yes, there we go. Thank you, Hunter. Hunter is a college sophomore, and he submitted his vision for a clean energy future. Please visit him in our innovation room, where he has a display on how heat pump water heaters work and demand flexible water heaters and why they are environmentally and economically better options. As part of his presentation on his excellent project, Hunter will be an intern this summer at the Commission. So thank you, Hunter. I also want to, before I sit down, give a few thanks to my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Trabu and Commissioner Beverly. Thank you for your work and everything that you do. I'd also, thank you. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize, I know we had some elected officials who came by earlier. If there's any still in the room, I certainly want to acknowledge you at this time. Okay. And I also want to, rather at the end of the event, but at the beginning, thank all the staff that put in a lot of work to make today's event a success. I certainly appreciate your time and your effort, and I think today will be a wonderful event. So now I want to take the opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is a
I want to thank you, Chairman, for rejecting Washington Gas's methane-laden project pipes back in June. That was a very good decision, and but Washington Gas is back to their usual tricks of trying to profit off polluting our homes and our city. And so we need you to take a strong stance against this new greenwash project pipes, basically. And will you give a treat to the kids of DC by rejecting this new plan and ensuring a clean energy future for us and the people of DC? DC is watching you. We're asking for you to please commit to rejecting this greenwash plan by Washington Gas.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Chairman, will you do the right thing and reject Project Pipes, the gas project from Washington Gas, and will you ensure that methane has no part in this clean energy future?
Thank you for your comments. The matters under advisement before the commission. I would like to proceed forward.
Acknowledge that methane is incompatible with the clean energy future.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, I would like to move forward with our program. We have an appointee.
Resisting the profiteering schemes of these dirty fossil fuel utilities to actually ensure that we have a healthy and livable future.
Thank you for your comments.
We need you to ensure
Thank you.
a clean energy future and not greenwashing by Washington Gas. That cannot be part of our future. And so we're watching you, all of DC is watching you and the commission to see how you respond to this latest greenwash plan by Washington Gas to pollute our homes.
At this time, we're going to move to our keynote speaker, who's a Biden-Harris. Excuse me.
Than carbon dioxide at warming the planet. So how can you continue to let fossil fuel utilities like Washington Gas continue to destroy our future?
Our keynote speaker is a Biden-Harris administration appointee and is currently serving as a senior policy advisor in the Washington House.
Business as usual, and business as usual is killing us. Business as usual is destroying our planet.
DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes.
DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes. DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes. DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes. DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes. DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes. DC is watching. Reject Project Pipes.
Please resist the profiteering of dirty fossil fuel companies.
Reject Project Pipes.
Reject Project Pipes.
Reject Project Pipes.
Thank you. We always encourage discourse. So, thank you. But as I was saying, I would like to now introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is a Biden-Harris administration appointee and is currently serving as a senior policy advisor in the White House Office of Clean Energy Innovation and Implementation. She previously served as the previously served at the U.S. Department of Energy as the inaugural Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor for the Grid Deployment Office. In this role, she managed operations, program development, and policy implementation for the Grid Deployment Office's $26 billion portfolio, focusing on power generation, transmission, and grid resilience. Please help me in welcoming Ms. Whitney Muse. Thank you. Let me grab Ms. Muse.
Good morning. Thanks, everyone. Really looking forward to the conversation over this day, and I want to thank the DC Public Service Commission and Chair Thompson for inviting me to this event and really for holding this forum and really gathering people to talk about clean energy in DC over the past few years and the work that the Commission does over the course of the year, day in and day out. I'm Whitney Muse. I'm a senior policy advisor at the White House Office of Clean Energy Innovation and Implementation, which means I work day in and day out on implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act. And here to kick off the event this morning, I want to talk a little bit about the work that the administration has done, the clean energy investments that are going in across the country, as well as the ways that equity are woven through them to really set the stage for the discussion that many panelists and the audience will be having over the rest of this day and likely have been having and will have into the future as we think about that powering forward. Kicking off the beginning of the administration, we think back 3.5, 4 years ago, this was a really productive start to the term with the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, all putting billions of investment into clean energy, into the economy, and really using this to catalyze economic development across all sectors of the economy. We see this as an opportunity, particularly in the clean energy sector, with the work through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and especially the Inflation Reduction Act, to really push forward in the power sector, in the transportation sector, in the building sector, as we are making investments in manufacturing, decarbonizing industry, putting money into climate-smart agriculture and environmental justice programs as well. And so it's been a whirlwind of two years, a little more than 2 years since the Inflation Reduction Act passed. And here to talk about just some top lines of what we have done in the administration and across the agencies in that time. Over $98 billion of climate and clean energy grant programs have announced selections where the agencies have opened that funding up, reviewed applications, and then selected and announced who are recipients of that funding. We have over 91% of that grant funding that's available is either out where the agencies are reviewing the applications, or again, we've made selections. And I say this out of a top line of IRA being the largest clean energy investment in the country of $369 billion of both grant programs, loans, rebates, tax credits, and more. And this has had a catalytic effect across the government and across the economy. One of the things about the IRA is it didn't just put money for energy in the Department of Energy, where I used to work, but it is found across the government, from investments at the General Services Administration to improve the building materials and having lower carbon concrete and more that goes into federal buildings. The U.S. Postal Service is taking money from IRA to purchase EVs for its postal trucks that run on everyone's block as they are delivering mail. The Department of Interior has money for tribal electrification, bringing electricity and power to tribal communities and homes that don't yet have it, to investments from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that has a $9.7 billion program that is allowing the rural electric co-ops to purchase clean energy and to help transition more quickly away from coal and fossil fuel assets. And so those are just a handful of programs that are embedded across the administration and work that are related to this broad topic of clean energy. The Housing and Urban Development Department has a really great green and resilient retrofit program that's made investment in HUD-owned housing projects across the country and helping them again to be more energy efficient, to help them weatherize, to help them deploy green technologies like heat pumps and more to make it a cleaner and safer place to live. And so these are the types of investments that we see happening across the country as a result of the IRA investments. I mentioned at the top that is moving quickly, right? That is by design. We are wanting to get the money out of the federal agencies and into states, territory, tribes, districts, as well as companies, utilities, community groups, and more, so that they're able to deploy these funding into projects that make a difference in communities all across the country. Going on a deep dive of a couple of those, many of you have heard of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund at the Environmental Protection Agency, a $27 billion program through the IRA that is putting funding, $7 billion of that into Solar for All, bringing rooftop solar, community solar, and solar investments to many states, but 60 selectees across the country that were awarded that funding and are working on deploying new solar programs, amping up the solar programs that exist so that more of their residents can take advantage of having access to solar power. They have a huge two programs in the National Clean Investment Fund and the Clean Communities Investment Accelerator, which are $20 billion between the two of them to accelerate clean energy financing for distributed generation projects, bringing clean energy to communities for zero emissions transportation, zero emissions building projects. And with all of that funding that was announced, the president and vice president made announcements of those selections with Administrator Regan in April, and we're now at the point after those awards were finalized in August that we're starting to see projects come from them. Earlier this month, the University of Arkansas did the Climate United Fund, one of the GGRF awardees, announced that their first project was with the University of Arkansas, bringing in solar and storage projects across the, I believe, 18 college campus footprint in Arkansas. And so really, we're beginning to see these funds being deployed in communities across the country. Just yesterday, they announced another GGRF project that was announced was financing of EV drayage trucks that are used on ports, often to really help reduce emissions of what we have historically seen for those that live near port infrastructure, where many of those trucks that are backing up and moving all around the port often have had emissions impacts that have spilled over into communities, and that paired nicely with yesterday's announcement of the president going to Baltimore for another IRA program out of the EPA to really make investment in clean ports across the country. And so the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, you'll hear some folks on panels in the later today, including Tricia Miller from the DC Green Bank, who are recipients or sub-recipients of that funding and are working through designing products that make this funding available and accessible to communities to take advantage and to better deploy that in low-income and disadvantaged communities across the country. Really working, there are recipients, one of them is a native CDFI group. There's another one that's an Appalachian one, really working with trusted community partners that interface with communities day in and day out to be able to have to finance those people that are closest to those groups and closest to those that know where there is a need, to be able to bridge that gap and help use some of this funding to deploy clean energy projects in ways that meaningfully make a difference in these communities. Another program that's really, I think, a good nexus of a number of the topics that will be discussed today is EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program, a $5 billion program that started with $250 million for planning. And so states, municipalities, territories, DC went out and took that money to develop its climate action plan to identify within its geographic boundaries what were the priorities that would help reduce climate pollution. And that could be across sectors in the power sector, buildings, transportation, what have you, and then to come back to EPA and then compete in the competition for the remaining $4.6 billion, which was announced earlier this year, of selectees, 30 selectees across 25 states for the broad state and municipality competition, and then another 34 for the tribal and territorial competition. And these are projects that really span the gamut. There's one for medium duty and heavy duty electrification and putting in chargers that can handle that level of those types of vehicles up and down 95 from New Jersey, Delaware into Maryland, for those departments of transportation working together. Pennsylvania has a big award for working through decarbonizing heavy industry across the state. And so this has really been an opportunity for states to come in, municipalities to come in with interesting collaborative projects for reducing climate pollution that best fit their jurisdiction, best fit what the people in that community are interested in, and then having the funding from the EPA to go out and execute that. There are some out in the West. The Hopi Nation is using it to bring more solar power and storage to its community and to continue to work through deploying clean power across the reservation. And so it's been a really interesting program to have first the planning dollars and then to come forward and then see these programs that are now selectees are working with EPA to finalize awards to then begin again to turn to the community and start to execute and implement these projects. And that's where many of you all have interests, are working on programs and organizations that would work with them, that would do some of this work and more. Lastly, as we think about clean energy, I came from the Department of Energy before I went over to the White House, specifically working in the Office of Electricity and the Grid Deployment Office. And I think about the grid resilience investments that are coming out of both the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act as being really key and crucial. As much of the clean energy transition and transformation that we're undergoing is pushing forward on electrification, which requires a resilient and reliable grid. It requires us that when we plug in our phone, plug in our cars, and plug in so much more, we want to be able to get power when we need it and when we can. And so having the investments that are coming from the Department of Energy for grid resilience, and that looks like everything from more microgrid deployment, which I know you all took a tour of Gallaudet's microgrid earlier today, increasing battery energy storage to help offset and provide better resilience and reliability as we have growing deployments of solar, better monitoring and control technologies across the grid, and so for places that are at threat of wildfires or if there are hurricanes, better ability to detect what's happening on the line so you don't have to send line workers out every time to identify when there is a threat, as well as projects that increase community resilience, right? And so where there's an opportunity to provide microgrids or storage or more at community centers, where places that can provide better community resilience in communities that have long suffered from power outages or suffered from just concerns if and when storms come through, how will their power get restored and how will they be able to charge their phone, keep their if they use medical devices that require electricity. And so those types of things have been just a small fraction of what we've seen come through DOE's Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnership Program and some of the work that's funded through the Grid Resilience State and Tribal Formula Grants coming out of DOE that has allowed the states and tribes to turn around and use that funding to make investments in communities that are in need across their states to increase and improve its grid resilience. And so I talked a lot about the grant side, but the nice thing about the IRA, and one of the big things, is its tax credits, right? The IRA is often put forth as a bill or a law that is government enabled, but private sector driven and private sector led. And I would broaden that not just from the private sector, but more broadly, just all sectors outside of government really pushing forward, given the opportunities that the 10 years of certainty of the tax credits in the IRA offer. The IRA offers tax credits for clean electricity, for EVs, for people buying new and used electric vehicles, for home energy efficiency, and more. One of the nice features about the IRA is, in addition to those tax credits, they also have different ways to access tax credits than we have had before. So direct pay or elective pay is a feature of the IRA that now allows nonprofits, churches, those that didn't traditionally have tax liability to also take advantage of the tax credits. And so you can now, if you've installed some rooftop solar panels and a battery energy storage system, you can then also take advantage of those tax credits through direct pay, filing with the IRS to get a check in the mail. There was a great article this week in the Wall Street Journal where a woman who pastors a church said that the savings from the solar panels that she installed on the church provide meals for school children, support the county's homeless shelter, and help maintain the community garden around the church. And those are just some of the investments that, given the savings that come from the direct pay, the use of direct pay and these tax credits, are allowing community organizations, churches in this case, and more to continue to do good work. Another example out of the Boston Medical Center, they also use the tax credits and use not only the base investment tax credit for solar and storage, but also because their project was in a brownfield, were able to take advantage of some of the bonus credits within IRA, are using that as a prescription program, basically for the low-income patients that have come in and have high utility bills, are offering them a portion of the savings that the Boston Medical Facility is getting from the deployment of its solar and storage project to be able to save on their power bills, really helping to improve the economic standing of their patients, to help lower the stress levels, ideally help them to be able to better manage the health conditions that they came with now that they have a little bit more funding to get through the day. And that's just one example of some of the many innovative ways that I've seen direct pay deployed across the country, and we're still hearing more stories time and time again as more people are aware of it, more people are taking it, more people and organizations are taking advantage of it. From the equity piece, another aspect of the IRA tax credits that was new is transferability. As small organizations, small companies were, had projects that were eligible for tax credits, but they themselves didn't have enough tax liability to really fully take advantage of them. They had to previously go into the tax equity market, right, where it was the big banks that often set the terms, and with transferability, which is another feature, another provision of the IRA, it allows a much more liquid market for transferring IRA tax credits, and for that, the ability of companies to come and partner with other companies that are larger, that are interested in purchasing the tax credits or more, to just have a much more fluid marketplace. And that goes from multi-million dollar deals, but also small ones where the Navajo Home Power has, even for a couple $100,000, been able to transfer its tax credits as they are as they use them for purchasing solar panels to put on homes in Navajo Nation. And those are, again, two of the examples of tax credits. We have seen consistent and growing uptick of those tax credits across the country for all manner of clean energy products. And again, I really emphasize a 10-year certainty, because it is, as we think about powering tomorrow, where there is a future and continued opportunity, where, as you all are thinking about clean energy investments, that you're thinking about putting together projects and how do you finance them, the opportunity to use those IRA tax credits, not just a year or two, which had been the norm for clean energy tax credits, but through 2032 and beyond, offers a much longer planning window that is always helpful as you're thinking through, how do we bring this to fruition, and how can we make sure this is something that happens and this is something that's real, right? And so walking through all of those, the overall top lines of the IRA, a handful of projects, and as well as the tax credits, right? These are all things that we have worked hard to put in place over the past nearly 2 years with the team at the White House and the federal agencies, to ensure that these resources, the benefits of the IRA, are available for the public to take advantage of. We want to see, considerable uptick for these tax credits. They are mostly uncapped and are available to all those who qualify, which is sometimes a much easier bar to hit than some of the very competitive grant programs that the IRA offers. And this is a moment where, as you think through clean energy opportunities, as you have conversations in this room and beyond, weave in and think through how the many IRA programs can potentially benefit you. There are resources across the federal government, invest.gov, the Treasury Department and IRS have a great IRA page for information on the tax credits and more. And there's a number of resources for technical assistance, capacity building, and beyond that have been stood up both outside of government through philanthropic engagement and more, but also resources from the federal government, because we want the public to use these resources. We want them to be aware of them. We want them to take advantage of them and use these savings to help accelerate this clean energy transition, to have powering tomorrow be a true statement in that we are transitioning to a future that requires much more electricity and allows us to have a much cleaner path forward. And so with that, I want to thank you for your attention this morning and for paying attention, and I look forward to, I believe, passing it to Nicole for the panel that is coming to have as we discuss more about equity and how that is wound through the clean energy economy over the course of today.
Hello, how's everyone doing today? Welcome to the first panel. I'm going to invite my panelists to join me on the stage. Chairman Thompson and the DC Public Service Commission for inviting us to kick off a very important discussion about equity in the energy transition. My name is Nicole Cedaraman, and I serve as the Director of the Office of Public Participation at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And I'm really honored to be joined by these distinguished speakers here today who will really ground us in a discussion about equity, what it means, what we have accomplished thus far in the United States and here in the District of Columbia, what are some of the challenges and remaining issues that are yet unresolved in our collective effort to facilitate justice and fairness and equity for communities that have to date been left behind in the energy industry and in our energy transition. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. So I'm joined today by friends and true leaders in this space. First, we have Kareem Marshall, who serves at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. We also have Jamal Lewis, who is at Rewiring America, and Antoine Thompson, who is at the Greater Washington Region Clean Cities Coalition. So we're just going to get right into it. I'm going to ask each of our speakers of a question for each of them to talk about themselves, what they do, their path to focusing on equity and energy. And then I'm going to ask them to define equity. So we know that the fact that we are all here and discussing this important topic and the impact of the energy industry and infrastructure on communities of color and low-income communities, tribal communities, is because of the work over many years, decades, of advocates, community leaders, certain regulators have made it a priority for many years. They've made equity a priority. They have elevated it as a central concern in the energy space. And we're thankful for that. Over the past couple of years, due to much of the work of my colleagues here, we've seen some advancements in equity. But I will say that we all need to be clear about what that actually means. It's my personal view that, that equity has been somewhat commandeered by some interests. And I'm not quite sure that we're all working from the same definition these days. It has been incorporated as somewhat of a buzzword for marketing purposes, branding purposes, political purposes. And for the purpose of this conversation, I would like, after they've introduced themselves and the amazing work that they're doing, for each of my panelists to talk about what equity in energy means to them. So I will start with Mr. Marshall.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kareem Marshall. I serve as the inaugural Senior Advisor in the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Those are a lot of words. It's a lot of bureaucratic speak. So my job as the Senior Advisor is to make sure that as we build out this new piece of EPA, we are building it in a way that incorporates the principles of environmental justice and protects the quality of our programs, not just for this administration, but for administrations moving forward. So what does that look like on a day-to-day basis? The core, and this, I'm actually gonna mix everything together so I don't have to do like a separate, this is what equity is explanation. The core complaint about communities with environmental justice concerns is the lack of the ability to make decisions about the way in which their lives look. They lack the social, political, financial capital to be able to put pressure on the government, to put pressure on industry, to be able to say, we don't want this here, or we do want this here. So when we talk about equity, we're talking about the elimination of structural impediments, the reduction with the goal of the elimination of structural impediments that differentiate between the ability for people to make decisions about the life in which they live. Now, we are an old country. Well, we're a young country comparatively, but we have over 200 years of history that we're working within. And I am not a Pollyanna by any means. There are people who have known me for decades, and they will attest that I am not the person who will tell you that there are sunshine and rainbows around the corner. But one of the great things about this country, one of the great things about our political system when it works, is we can have discussions like this in public about the flaws in our system and how to fix them. We don't have to pretend like everything is perfect. We can confront these challenges. And that's another core principle of equity, being able to deal honestly with each other about the spaces between how different groups are treated. So as we have this discussion, I think the core thing to remember about this equity approach and notions of environmental justice is that we have work to do, but it's key that we're honest with ourselves and with each other about identifying what that work is and the work that's necessary to get there. So I'm really happy to be on the panel with these illustrious persons, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Good morning. Good to see you all this morning. Nice rise and shine. Antoine Thompson with Greater Washington Region Clean Cities Coalition. We are one of 100 clean city organizations started by former President Clinton 31 years ago. Our focus, we cover DC, North Virginia, parts of Maryland, and we just expanded to Baltimore. Our office focuses a lot on the clean energy, clean transportation sector, especially about a third of what we do focuses on the transportation sector, looking for them to deploy alternative fuels. We've run a number of initiatives and projects, everything from biofuels to electrification of vehicles in the transportation sector. We have a big focus on environmental justice. We have a community engagement liaison, an advisor as well in the equity space. We have some faith-based initiatives that we're running. We're doing projects in some of our local schools through our Future Green Leaders program. So we're really doubling down on investments in the equity space as well. We also have an advisory board that focuses on making sure that voices are at the table and participating in a meaningful way. I would say around equity for me, there's always this difference between fairness and equity. So there are 8 wards in DC, right? If we gave every ward in DC an electric school bus, would that be fair or would that be equitable? It would be fair, right? So when we talk about equity, right, we want to talk about not just, we want to make sure that wards 5, 7, and 8 get a higher rate of buses. Why? Because they have higher rates of what? Asthma and air pollution. Then we also want to think about what other type of things can we do to shore up beyond the buses, right? What type of deployment, what type of training, what type of business opportunities, what type of other investments we can make to level the playing field, right? So it's not just about deploying the buses, but who's planning for the buses, who's planning for the infrastructure, and then how do we do other educational and other things to make it more equitable. So fair is what? Everybody gets a bus, right? Equity is how we level the playing field. And we take restorative policies to make sure that, as he just mentioned, Kareem just mentioned, that it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And Mr. Lewis.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Jamal Lewis. I work with an organization called Rewiring America. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping people upgrade their lives and futures by transitioning to efficient electric machines in their lives. And what that means simply is thinking about what's in your home, thinking about your heating systems, your water heating systems, your how you cook your food, how you dry your clothes, and if you drive, the types of cars or public transportation that exists out in the world. We came to be because we recognized that, excuse me, that just about half of our energy-related emissions in our country come from consumer decisions. And so, recognizing that if it were easier to transition to more efficient electric machines, then we could address about half of our energy-related emissions and put us on a path towards mitigating the impacts of climate change. Would be remiss to also say that I'm here as a, excuse me, as the chair of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. I see two of the former EDs in the room and a former advisory board member as well. And the DC Sustainable Energy Utility is the organization that my co-panelists helped to create here, which has a lot of the energy-related incentives to help people upgrade their home appliances, to help developers and builders in the city access incentives to complete renovations, to install new buildings and make sure that they're of the highest efficiency and the highest quality. And so I'm a proud chairperson of that advisory board. And to the point about equity, I agree with all of what my co-panelists have said, but just will emphasize the fact that when talking about the playing field, recognizing that there is a disproportionate burden currently as it exists today in terms of the impacts of our energy system on people of color, on low-income communities. I will also put rural communities in there as well, even though there aren't a ton of that here in DC. And to the point about equity in the city, wards 7 and 8 happen to have the highest energy burden, and there's a reason for that. You're thinking about the fact that where people live is a massive determinator of social outcomes, and energy is just one aspect of that. Also thinking about housing quality, housing affordability, the availability of jobs, economic development, all of that plays on one another, and it's that bundled burden that I think is what we're talking about. Communities of color, low-income communities often have the highest burden generally when it comes to what we pay for housing, what we pay for energy, access to more efficient, more effective equipment. So we're thinking about the transition towards more efficient energy, or like the transition to solar. We know that solar, the adoption of solar is the lowest in these communities as well. So as we're thinking about the holistic system here, it's important to think about how, what the current structure and what the current reality is in these communities, and making sure that we are doing our best to be intentional about where resources go in the future.
Thank you. That was fantastic. So I heard themes of ensuring we have a seat at the table in planning and investments, making sure that we're all of the same mind, that when we're talking about equity, we're not just talking about fairness, we're talking about matching resources and investment with burden, and historic burden. I want to delve in a little bit more. Jamal just kind of kicked it off, to get a little bit more specific about what we are talking about when we're talking about burden and energy disparities in the energy landscape. And I'm opening this up to all of you, actually. What specifically are we talking about when we're talking about disparities in the energy delivery system? Kareem, would you like to start?
So not to spiral the discussion, I'm gonna keep it bracketed, but I am gonna say something that's gonna expand the scope. When we talk about at EPA, when we talk about energy burden, we're talking about it on multiple stages in the energy production and consumption cycle. A lot of our environmental justice communities, particularly the ones that are the longer standing environmental justice communities are dealing with issues of older legacy housing, so their houses leak a lot more. They have more inefficient delivery systems. They don't necessarily have the infrastructure in place to be early adopters of solar. Their homes require an additional amount of investment in order to shore them up. But they also tend to live either adjacent to or as fence line communities for energy production or extraction. So they are having a holistic challenge in the energy economy. Like they're not going to be in a situation where they don't need electricity, but the electrons that are being delivered to them come at a much higher cost, both in the provisioning and the consumption. So when we talk about equity, bringing it back to equity, right? We have to look to these communities and understand, one, there's a capacity issue. They need to be taught how to access federal resources from EPA, from Department of Energy at the community level, so that they can make transformative investments in their communities. The example that we like to talk about at EPA is the development and provisioning of electric charging stations. If you live in a relatively affluent neighborhood, you won't have a problem charging your car because you probably own your house, so you can charge at home. Or in the event that you're a renter, your apartment building probably has that as one of the amenities. Or you live near a shopping center that has a charging station accessible to it. So with President Biden's Justice 40 initiative, one of the requirements of Justice 40 is that 40% of all federal spending related to infrastructure, climate, transportation, and energy goes to communities that are historically underinvested in. So when we are giving out grants for electric vehicle charging infrastructure development, you will see us prioritizing the communities that the market won't get to on their own. Because the market's going to fill people who've got disposable income. They'll take care of that. But if you're in a lower income community, if you live in 7 and 8, like I grew up in 7, but if you live east of the river, the market doesn't really encourage developing a 4-pay charging station in that neighborhood because the income's not there in order to financially sustain it. But the government has the opportunity to step in and say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take the investment ourselves. We know that it's not going to give you a great ROI, but there are other consequences of making this investment, and it's okay if it doesn't immediately turn a profit because we need it in place so that we can encourage these communities to switch over to electric vehicles.
Can I jump on?
Absolutely.
He raises a really great point. So how many people here have ever been in a rideshare vehicle, like Uber, Lyft, right? All right, cool. Well, in the EJ areas of the district, there's a high concentration of people who are those drivers of the vehicles that you, and so our office, as I mentioned earlier, we spend a lot of time in the clean transportation sector. And so what we find is that a lot of the drivers who live in the EJ areas, they get these vehicles from either Uber or Lyft. Some of them, they lease them. They have to turn them back in because they can't find a place to charge in the areas where they live, right? So that puts them at an economic disadvantage, right? We have new technologies you'll hear about today about vehicle to grid. We won't get into that today. But I wanted to share with you part of this challenge for us is what I call the market-based approach, right? Kareem was just talking about the fact that a lot of as we talk about this energy transition in the transportation sector with EV charging, they'll call the local DMV, they'll run analysis based on where the vehicles are being purchased at based on zip codes. They'll overlay that with income data. That's a good place to invest. And so right now there's a $7,500 incentive to buy an electric vehicle, right? And there's a $4,000 on the used one. So people are in this kind of, I want to buy, but I still don't have enough information. But ultimately, where am I going to charge my vehicle, right? And so the energy transition puts these communities, especially communities of color in some of these areas, at a disadvantage because if they're waiting for the market to move, they'll be waiting for another 10 years, right? So it's imperative that, one, we make it easier for them, we outreach to them, we educate them, but we also help with the infrastructure, both at home, at the curb, at the restaurants, at the shopping centers, every library, every community center, work with the churches as well to make it easier for people to have access to this technology, because we know it works. But if people have to wait for the market, they'll be waiting, and we'll have a story. You know, there's starting to be more stories. There was just one on TV last week where they were talking about access to charging. Well, that's only going to get worse if we wait for the market to do it. And let me just also say that the federal money is just a down payment, right? We will never fill the gap with just federal money. We need private money, more district money, and leverage that with other resources. I just want to say that. I didn't mean to go as long. Thanks.
No, that's great. And before I want to follow up on a point you're making, but I wanted to ask Jamal if he had any other thoughts on kind of the disparities, digging in further on that.
Yeah, so I'll sort of ground this in the term energy security or household energy security, and that is the reliable access to affordable energy. And encompassing this term is something called energy burden, which we've talked about before. But energy burden is the percentage of one's income that is spent on utilities. And so the higher that number is, the more that one is paying for utilities coming out of their income. And so embedded in that is one's income, and we see that, you know, across the district, again, Ward 7 and 8 have the lowest incomes across the district, and then are also paying more for their utilities. And so the amount of their income that can be spent on other things shrinks. So things like rent or housing costs, things like food, medication, all those things have to fit within a smaller amount of disposable income. And so what impact does that have when one's energy burden is high? It means that oftentimes households are faced with trade-offs. Do I pay for my medication, or do I pay for food, or do I pay for my utilities? Some people might pay for utilities, some people might pay for their food, some people might need medication, they might pay for that. So what does that dynamic create? It creates a situation where more people are not covering the full cost of their utilities and maybe entering into arrears, or maybe at risk for shutting off their utilities, thus putting them at risk for other issues, such as eviction, or such as other harmful impacts, like thermal comfort, or extreme heat, extreme cold, those types of things. That, when we're talking about equity and energy in DC, it's important to put all of that into perspective. And I will just, again, piggyback on what Mr. Marshall said here. Energy burden is sort of one facet of this, but there's a lot of people whose energy burden is driven by the conditions of their home. So it doesn't matter, or it does matter how much one pays, but some of the reasons for that include living in an older home that is leaky or that has inefficient appliances. And so when that happens, for someone living in that environment, they may be running their heat more because more of that heat is escaping through the window or escaping through the wall. Or because the appliance is inefficient, they may have to run the machine more in order to achieve the same level of comfort. All of that just drives one's utilities up, thus increasing the percentage of income that is then spent on utilities. So we also have to think about the quality of our housing stock. And what we see is we keep zeroing in on Ward 7 and 8. The oldest housing stock happens to be in those areas as well. And it's not just the age of the home, it's when the home was last renovated. And we know that given the current realities of income in these areas, there isn't the resources to be able to upgrade or improve the quality of homes. So oftentimes people are just living in older homes with inefficient appliances without the means to upgrade. And so that's where it becomes really important that we're directing resources to these neighborhoods, to these homes, so that they can upgrade to more efficient homes with more efficient appliances. And I think that's where we are seeing really promising action taken here in the district with the DC Sustainable Energy Utility directing some of its incentives specifically to areas in Ward 7 and 8 to be able to upgrade. Now, energy, and this is the last point I'll make before I stop for a bit, energy and utilities aren't a static thing either. And so as people are, as the industry as newer technologies are entering the industry, we are uncovering better ways of accomplishing the same tasks. So the organization that I work for, Rewiring America, as part of its mission, is educating people on the availability of more efficient ways of heating and cooling, more efficient ways of heating and cooling your water. And these are newer technologies, or these are versions of old technologies that have gotten really good at performing those tasks. So part of our mission is to make sure that everyone has access to those, and that everyone has access to those seamlessly, so that the process to upgrade isn't as onerous as it currently is today.
Thank you. So what are the fundamental building blocks to achieving energy equity? And I want to come back to a theme that Antoine has raised, and that is that this is so intersectional with so many spaces: financing, real estate, procurement, energy procurement. You know, how, part B of my question is, how do we really make equity a central kind of foundational priority in those spaces to facilitate more holistic, that term has been used quite a bit on the panel today, improvements for communities of color and low-income communities?
Yeah, I want to commend President Biden for kind of level setting the direction in which the country needs to go in the equity movement. See, part of the challenge that I see that we face, one is that Justice 40 is a good start. One, we need to codify that in the law, number one. So that's one of the things I strongly believe, because whoever the next president is, or the president after that, can undo it. But we also need to make sure at the state and local level that Justice 40 is implemented as a policy and a legislative priority as well, so that there is an understanding that those investments need to be done in an equitable manner. So we need to make sure that not only that we have people at the table, because they say if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? But you want to make sure that one, people have a voice, two, that they are part of the process, not only as planning, but also in the implementation, the development, the deployment, et cetera. Because what I often hear from, I used to chair the Committee on Environmental Conservation, and I was on the city council in Buffalo as well. And I'll never forget this one conversation with a white council member about 20 years ago. We were building a community center, a telecommunications center, right down the street, diagonal from where there was a top supermarket that was shot up by a racist guy 2 years ago. I'm actually doing an interview on that today after this. But the thing is that I'll never forget a debate where a council member who meant well, she said, why are you always concerned about how it's designed and who's building on the project, right? They should just, isn't the community just happy that you're building something there? And I said, it was like I was disciplined, right? And I said, and I was a lot younger then too, so I was be a little passionate, but I was very disciplined, and said, people don't just want a community facility. They also want a library that they take ownership to, that they help build. They help design the artwork. They help build the facility. They help program what's going to happen in there, that they are part of it, and they're not just spectators during the process. And so when I think about what we need to do in this moment over the next 20 to 30 years, that the transition, people must not only be at the table, they must shape the agenda, they must help implement the agenda, and they must be a part of the whole ecosystem and process, and not just spectators and just be happy that they're going to have good air quality and lower utility bills, and that they live longer, right? So that's where my head and where my heart is at with the whole energy and equity transition.
And so, Kareem, how do we empower the people to be in positions of ownership and implementation and financing, driving the financing? How do we get to that point where there's a term, the phrase that you raised during our prep call that I thought was fantastic, that really kind of captured this whole thing, the fidelity of service delivery, and our community's ability to really drive that. So what would you say about that?
I was like, did I say that? Oh, yeah, I did say that. So I think it's important to start with the understanding that the people with the capital are risk averse and return focused. All right, like they're not interested in throwing money out there. And just to be completely transparent about this, I don't think anyone, now there may be some people who thought this, but I don't think anyone in the federal government, legislative or executive, the people who wrote or negotiated Bill or IRA, expected either of those bills to be enough money to fix everything. Like, I'm fairly certain. I'm sure there's somebody who thought this would be enough money to fix all the problems. But most of the people that I've talked to that were involved in developing it understand, one, that this money is supposed to be leveraged. Like, this is not the only source of funds in order to get this stuff done. And two, that this is a down payment on 200 plus years of legacy that we're trying to address. So in order to unlock a lot of this money, you got to show that it works. Like, you're not, before I was here, I was in DC government for several years. And one of the things that I like to show, one of the things I like to point to in order to show how slow markets can be in order to adopt something, is that it took us somewhere on the order of like 5 years to get our first PACE deal in the district. And it wasn't because there weren't projects. It was because the people who were underwriting the deal were skeptical. The people who were financing the deal were like, I don't know how I feel about subordinating my debt to this. It takes time in order to get financial markets and people who are return focused in order to be able to try something new. So I would say if we're really trying to expand the options that are available to us, we have to use all the tools that are available to us. There are far fewer B corporations in this space than there should be. As long as you are a C corp, your priority is to your investors. Your priority is off quarterly returns. If you want the freedom to be able to make these kinds of investments in the private sector, you kind of have to restructure the way that your organization is set up. You can't do that as a C corp. You gotta, or an S corp. You got to shift over to a benefit corporation. The capital is out there. We have CDFIs that have the ability to make investments based off of different priorities. The money that the federal government is going to be pumping out, or has been pumping out and will continue to pump out for the next about year, will be obligating funds. This money can be braided. It can be leveraged with foundation funds. And keeping the people who are in these communities at the table. Now, as a career government employee, I can tell you from the government side, it can be very frustrating to have a team of experts that work on an issue, that research an issue, and then have advocates come in with folks who are only talking about their lived experience, which don't necessarily have an understanding of the law, of regulations, or of practical restrictions on what you can and can't do with the money. However, the important part for government, I know we have some government folks in the audience, so I'm speaking directly to you. The important part for you to remember is it is not the citizen's job to understand the way the government works. It is the citizen's job to express needs and priorities. It is your job to figure out how to make that work. And if that requires you, wasn't meant to be an applause line. It was, sorry. But it is, so what that means a lot of times is you'll have an advocate in front of you and they're asking you for something that you know legally is ridiculous and you can't do it. But your job is to figure out what piece of that can you actually operationalize and to then give them the feedback to say, well, the way things are structured, we would have to change this law in order to do it. But with our existing authority, we can do this, this, and this. So can we talk that through? And then you can have a constructive conversation and they won't leave thinking you're full of hot air, and you won't send them away feeling like either of you have lost your time. So I think that feedback loop is really important, and a lot of times as government employees, we're afraid to give that feedback because we don't want them to go to somebody and say, well, he didn't do what I asked him to do, so he's not responsive. The true feedback loop is to say, look, if you want the law to change, you've got council, you've got the House, you've got the Senate, go talk to them. But with the authority that we have, this is what we can do. And let's come up with a solution together.
Add to that really quick.
Sure, sure.
So when I first got in government years ago, that was one of the things that was instilled in me, was that tell us what we can do, right? In the same way when you're trying to pass laws, right? If everyone focuses on what can't be done and what we disagree about, we'll never get anything done. But if you come with the mindset of, okay, this person wants this, but I can't do all that, but this is what I can do, people will feel more empowered, and then they'll push a little harder. And that's one of the most fulfilling things with working with community groups, when we create the win-win scenario, right? It may not be the home run, but you on first base, right? And so I think that's a great thing about building civic capacity, because I've always said, whether I was in elected office or working in leadership and now running a trade group, I always say that there's nothing more powerful than engaged people and organizations, right? Because when you have them working with you, when you need people to show up at a meeting and you got all your staff coming and it's only 2 or 3 people, right? But when the people own that process and they feel like they're part of the process, you get more participation, in your programs, right? So it's just more benefit when you work through those interpersonal challenges where they really are on your side, but it's a communication gap, right? And basically what you're talking about is communication, right? And a lot of times when we're in government, you've been around, you've seen, sometimes people have fatigue, but you need to re-energize and say, you know, what am I doing wrong to engage people? And a lot of times it's language, and it's how you communicate with people.
That's excellent. Jamal, I know you have some thoughts on this, particularly on the theme of the value and the wisdom and the expertise that communities are bringing to the table, that members of government might be a little blind to, in terms of government representatives not having the relationships or the credibility in certain communities to be able to meaningfully implement the programs that have been established. Can you talk about the tremendous value that communities bring to government in facilitating more equitable energy programs?
Yeah, and I appreciate you asking that question, and just want to give you a shout out for all the work that you're doing at FERC, the Office of Public Participation. Yeah. So I would also be interested in your thoughts on this question too. But I'll say, yeah, I mean, as part of this, the panel is equity in the clean energy transition. First, one way to think about this is like recognizing that the impacts of energy are not distributed equally for everybody. So recognizing that, and I again want to give a shout out to the Public Service Commission for even hosting this forum, which I think is an acknowledgement that there are ways that we can do better to support our most vulnerable neighbors. So recognition, understanding how the impacts are different for each community, and then working towards ways to address those. Getting people involved. So we're recognizing that there's a problem, we're understanding what that problem is, and then getting people involved to get their perspectives on how things can shift to better improve their lives. And so again, the work that Nicole is doing at FERC, I think is an incredible opportunity. I think this forum here is an incredible opportunity for that. But I think part of the solution there is education. I think people, at least I was talking to my members of my family who kind of see their utility bill as just like a fixed thing in their budget. It's like, yeah, I just got to pay that. It is what it is. But I think the reality, and I think more and more people are realizing that it doesn't need to be that high. Like, there are opportunities to actually lower that to create more space for other things. And so I think that's where there's an opportunity to educate people that this isn't just a fixed number. This is something that you can sort of take control over. And part of that is upgrading your home, upgrading your appliances. And even if you don't have the resources to do that, recognizing that there are programs out there for you to take advantage of that will then help you lower that number for utilities in your budget. That's a hard thing to do. I think, working with the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and also see some members of the SCU here, some of the employees of the SCU that have, a lot of resources, and more are coming from the federal government to the district. But just the availability of funds doesn't mean that it will be used, part of what we're talking about here. So how do we get that information in the hands of the right people who can spread that message? And so the concept of trusted messengers, I think, is really important, who can educate members of their community, who can educate their neighbors of the access of these resources is super important. So looking at community-based organizations, nonprofits, faith-based organizations, all of these are trusted messengers. And once we get the word out of the availability of these programs and resources, then we can start to figure out and understand how the delivery of the services is or isn't working. And that feedback should be looped back to the in this case, the SEU or the program administrator, but that isn't often happening. So it's important that we are building the infrastructure of like outreach and education that can then help the infrastructure of resources and incentives in a place, and in this case in DC, like be stronger. But I think part of that hinges on the relationships between program administrators and the community. And once we unlock that, then I think we can start to get more feedback and recommendations that can build and sort of strengthen the ecosystem that is supporting the energy transition.
Thank you. I agree with everything you just said. That's my input. I do need to ask for a time check. How many more minutes do we have? 10? Wonderful. Thank you. So I want to transition our conversation to two of my favorite topics. The first one is our young people and how critical they are to our energy future and building an equitable energy future. And then the second topic that I want to ask you all about, a little bit more about, we've touched on it a little bit, but I want to celebrate DC's success stories, our victories, and the role of the District of Columbia as a national leader in this conversation. So first and foremost, I'll turn to Antoine, who's done a lot of work with youth. Talk about the role of young people. Anybody under 21 in the audience? Any students here at the university? Wave your hand in the air. Young people, come on now, don't be shy, I see you. Thank you for being here. We highly value and celebrate your presence here today, and we really honor the fact that you will be the decision makers moving forward. And so I'd love to hear more about the role of youth and moving us forward.
Yeah. I was hoping some of the young people from my office were here. Some of them may be online. They're not here yet. They may be online. But I would say a couple things. So number one, our newest hire is a graduate, Brady Dice, our community engagement liaison, funded by the Department of Energy through its EJ program. Howard graduate, 22 years of age. Yeah, Howard HU. We have a Morgan State University graduate, Blake Shows, Morgan State University, from Oakland, right? And so she's doing our comms work as well. We have 7 interns in our office right now from all over the country and a couple local ones. We just gave away $10,000, a $1,000 scholarship for 10 local youth that are going to college who believe in sustainability and environmental stewardship. We just did that. I see Cheryl Pons over there from Diatech, who's on our board. We just gave away scholarships 2 weeks ago to young people. We also do, we have a Future Green Leaders program, and we're working with 2 schools in DC. One of them is Columbia Heights Educational Campus. We've been working with them for over 2 years. Our teacher, Ms. Planter, has been amazing with them. We go into the schools, we talk to them about environmental stewardship, green careers, and financial literacy. And so we've been really committed to that. We also do, in the district, 2 job fairs a year, right? Trying to get more folks from the district to get into the job sector in this area. So we've been really intentional about that, especially with the young people. In fact, 2 of our folks over the last couple of years were hired when that's out, and I go out with them in passing out flyers. We hired 2 people off the street. Yeah, so we really are working at it. We don't have it all figured out. We have a TikTok, right? Young people like TikTok, right? So, in fact, I'll tell you a quick story. Director Tim Spriggs, who is over at DC DPW, stopped me in the hallway. He said, "Antoine, I saw that TikTok video you did." So, yeah. So
What was it?
Huh?
What was it?
I was at a golf tournament and we had clean energy vehicles out. And he was like, "Man, I saw you on TikTok." I hadn't even looked at it, but he's looked at it. So you
Just
never
did it and put it out there. And
the interns did it. Young people do it. They take care of that. So, but I just say, if you want to reach folks, you do need to go to where they are. You also need to make sure that your team is reflective. It's really interesting. I remember about last year, I was talking with some of the young people about contemporary issues, and none of them watch the news, and none of them read the newspaper. So they get their news from Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter or X. So learning that, being able to reach them, but getting them engaged is really, really exciting. And I've always, as a leader, really helped raise a lot of young people in all my jobs. And so with this job, young people are really on fire about clean energy, clean transportation, and climate as a whole. And if you can learn a lot from them, you can learn about approaches, what they care about, and you can help them with knowledge sharing, and they can do knowledge sharing with you as well.
Thank you. So turning to the District of Columbia, where we all live, work, worship, pray, and have fun, raise our families. What's happening here in the district that we can celebrate around energy equity?
yeah, I'm happy to take that. But also on the young people piece, I think one of the best things about young people is just the desire to push us to be better. A quick story for me, I was hanging out with my niece and nephew 2 weekends ago, and was like taking a selfie like this, and my niece was like, "Why are you doing it that way?" Because apparently there's like another way where you do it like this and you turn the phone around. Yeah. And so, I think in this, so I think, young people, and I'm maybe on the younger side, consider young folks pushing us to be better, questioning why the current status quo exists, and then pushing us past that, I think is one of the more important things that young folks can do. Thinking about the connection to energy, there's no reason why everyone shouldn't have access to a highly efficient home with highly efficient appliances, ones that aren't polluting and do not cause public health concerns with the burning of fossil fuels. Like, I think there's a future where where we don't have to deal with inefficient appliances, appliances that are polluting our indoor air quality. Like, there's a future without that. There's a future where everyone can have access to renewable energy, and I think we just need to figure out like how we can do that. And I think young people are in like one of the best positions to be able to push us to do better. So I'll just put that out there. On what's happening in DC, there's a lot of great things happening here in the district. Thinking about what the city council has passed in terms of the Healthy Homes Act, which creates a program that helps people transition to like the most efficient appliances on the market, and to do that at zero cost. Thank you. Yeah, major shout out to all those who push for that. Nina, I see other folks here in the room that have been instrumental in pushing for that. So that's one area. But also, as part of that initiative, there's a targeted pilot for Deanwood and River Terrace, focused specifically on two areas of the district that have been traditionally underserved or traditionally excluded from programs. And so there's a pilot focused specifically on transitioning home appliances in those areas, and thus giving greater access to a clean energy future. I want to, again, shout out the Public Service Commission for thinking about the evolution of our energy system, recognizing that, as the technology improves and that, electric machines get more and more effective at doing what they are intended to do, there is this greater, like, broader, massive market-based shift towards things that perform better. And so thinking about how that interacts with the current structure of how energy is delivered in DC. So I just want to, again, thank the Public Service Commission for interrogating those issues, questioning why the current status quo exists, and then pushing us to be better and to move forward in a way that allows for greater transition, but also doesn't negatively impact people who are perhaps stuck with really inefficient fossil fuel-based appliances. And so there's a lot of great things happening here in DC. Pretty soon there will be the launch of the home energy rebates that were created out of the Inflation Reduction Act. These are two rebate programs. One is a set of rebates for improving the energy efficiency of homes. The second is the home electrification rebates, which are rebates specifically designed to help people transition from fossil fuel-based appliances to more efficient electric versions of those. And pretty soon those will be rolling out here in the district, giving greater access to a clean energy future. So those are just some examples. I know there's a lot more happening here in the district. And just major shout out to all the advocates here who are, again, pushing us to be better, all of the district employees who are working around the clock to roll out these really innovative and necessary programs, and the regulators here who play a critical role in this ecosystem as well.
I just want to give a shout out, if I could, to DC about some of their investments.
Yes, quick shout out.
Yeah, real quick
20
shout
seconds.
out. I want to just give a quick shout out to DC Department of Public Works and DC Department of Energy for their investment in electrical infrastructure. I saw Al Carr in the back, who's been really pushing hard to get more chargers, public chargers out there, but also DC DPW is really leading the region in terms of putting more of their fleet vehicles from not only electric, but other alternative fuels like biofuels as well.
Thank you. And Kareem, would you like to have the last word before I send everyone off to break?
Yeah, so I want to address both issues. I think co-sign on everything that they said, but I think the fundamental piece that DC has to celebrate is its willingness to experiment, right? Like some stuff doesn't work, right? Like it either doesn't get adopted, or the numbers end up not working, or the science ends up not working. There was something in 2012 we did which allowed for vehicles to transition over from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. We did a tax credit, and it was like a 5-year tax credit. No one used it at all. Like it was never taken advantage of. Industry just wasn't interested in spending the money to convert their vehicles. It didn't make sense. Incentives to purchase vehicles ended up working better. But the council, and at the time Mayor Gray, had the courage to say, let's try it. Let's just put it in, let's see if it works. If people take it, great. If they don't, there's no cost to it. When I was a council staffer, a long time ago, I worked for Mary Che, and her approach was always do a first draft, get the first draft passed. If it doesn't work, we amend it. We amended the Clean and Affordable Energy Act like 15, 16 times. And that's fine, because when you're on the cutting edge, you're not gonna get it right the first time. And what ended up happening is when you look at the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, when you look at the climate pollution money that's coming out of EPA, a lot of the stuff that we've done in DC and other cities that have had the courage to say, we'll try it, and if it works, great, has provided the model for the federal government to do these massive investments. $27 billion coming just out of EPA for climate pollution. Like, that just wouldn't have been possible if cities hadn't taken the risk. And then the final thing on youth. I am blessed to work in an agency with an administrator who is not just the type of person to pay lip service to the presence and the voice of the youth. They have sent me, and he has gone himself all over the country to make sure that we are hearing the voices of youth advocates, and we've structurally created instances where youth have a seat at the table. He created a federal advisory council just for youth. Not like, oh, I'm gonna put a youth seat on some of the existing advisory councils where you've got one person who's younger than 30 and their voice gets washed out by the other 20 people on the council. This is a completely youth-run, youth-led, youth member advisory council who advises the administrator directly. And when they started, we gave them charges on real stuff, not like, oh, how do you feel about things, but like, how do we improve? No, seriously though. But we asked them hard questions like, how do we deal with issues around circular economy? How do we deal with environmental justice in a meaningful way for communities? How do we make sure that youth have a voice at the table for these issues? And they gave us great charge responses. And I don't know that I don't know that EPA has ever had that type of leadership. But I'm fairly certain that it is a rare thing to see where a Senate confirmed head of an agency takes the voice of the future as seriously as our administrator does. And it has bled through in the entire agency because we take it seriously in my administration. The other aspects of EPA take it seriously as well. And you see it being replicated throughout the federal government. So I guess my closing point would be, you guys are up next. And to the extent that we can, we are trying to hand you over a world that isn't quite as on fire as it was when we got it, but things are gonna really hit the fan in your generation. And to the extent that we can, we're trying to set you up so that you've got a glide path to be able to make these decisions and make these policy direction choices a lot more easily than we did when we came in. But hard things are coming, and we have every faith that you're gonna be able to do this, but we're going to need you to come in a little bit earlier than you probably would under normal circumstances, just so that the transition's easier.
Thank you. Let's thank our panelists. Thank you so much.
Can we have a round of applause for our moderator, please?
Yeah.
I just asked the question. We're going to break now. To take a minute to stretch, Chairman, until 11. Stretch your legs, get some water, and we'll come right back. Thank you all very much.
All right. Hello, everyone. Okay, we're going to be getting back on track. So if everyone can either take their seat, but I know folks want to do some networking, so you can also head out into the lobby area. But we're going to be starting momentarily. So we're so excited. We're very happy for that first panel. It was very informative, and so we're going to keep it going. So if we can go ahead and clear the stage, and we'll be, if you can take your seat, and we'll be starting our next panel. Thank you.
actually almost 100% community solar. Do you know
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started shortly. If you don't see someone you came in here with, maybe they're out in the hall, let them know. We're going to get started in about 3 minutes. All right, well, good afternoon. We're going to get started because we've got a full-packed agenda, and after this is lunch. So let's get going. Let's get warmed up a little bit. My name is H.G. Chazelle. I'm founder and CEO of Advanced Energy Group. Advanced Energy Group is a stakeholder engagement platform that I started in 2014 in Chicago, and I grew into be now 8 markets in Puerto Rico. The concept behind Advanced Energy Group is the systemic change we want is best addressed as a team sport, and we need to be playing that way. And what does that mean? That means communicating in ways that we're currently not, to challenge one another to define critical next steps or problems that we need to solve together, and then really discuss what would be that next step that could make the greatest difference, and then decide whether we want to hold ourselves accountable to try to make that happen. So we run quarterly stakeholder challenges in Chicago, New York. Now, we started in DC, but now it's grown to be the DMV area. And we also do Boston. In 2025, we're expanding into Philadelphia. And we also do Puerto Rico. I want to just get things started today with an acknowledgement of how good that conversation was prior to the break. Yes, let's give a round of applause. That was excellent. You know you're in the right place when the first question asked to a group of panelists is, what does equity mean to you? Because if we can't get clear and aligned on what that means as a group of concerned leaders, we don't have much chance of delivering an impact on it. And I've asked myself that question a lot. What does equity mean to me? And I always struggle with answering it. Where I do go, though, then, is what does inequity mean to me? And inequity to me means addressable, asymmetric human suffering. That's it. And asymmetric human suffering shows up in 2 main categories: health and wealth. Each one of you has in your pocket right now a health insurance card and a bank card. Those are 2 things many people don't have. They don't have a savings account, and they struggle to find health insurance. And when you combine those 2, you have the perfect example of inequity showing up in community after community. And until we really hone in on that issue and develop metrics and measures to solve for that, we will get what we get today, because you get what you measure, right? And right now, we're not really measuring the true metrics to solve for those things in real time. So we talk workforce development, but what we really need to be looking at is wealth creation, right? If we have wealth creation outpacing the increased costs, then we have an ability for resilience in addressing these asymmetric vulnerabilities in communities. I also like to acknowledge that we're standing in a place of equity. The Gallaudet University was formed in appreciation of the asymmetric vulnerabilities for those who in the deaf community. They created a place like this so that they would have the ability to have the resources and capabilities to go forth in society and prosper. This is an example of equity that we're in today. And these are the more things that we need to find out ways to create together regarding this clean energy transformation that we're committed to achieving. So before I jump into our panels, I want to level set things here. An equitable clean energy transition. On a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being extremely important and urgent, 0 being not that important, how urgent is this conversation to you? You can just raise your hand. Let's see where we are. All right, I'm seeing 5s. I'm seeing a lot of 5s. Okay. Now, on a scale of 0 to 5, 0 being completely unsatisfied. How satisfied are you with the pace of progress to delivering this equitable, clean energy transition? All right, let's see what we got. And don't look at me, look at each other, because this defines the plane. You know when the captain says, if you're going to Philadelphia, you want to, this is where we are. So we're seeing 2s, we're seeing 1s. Okay, we got a 3 in the back. I got 0s up here. I think our average is about 2, right? So that frames our discussion. This conversation is extremely urgent. We are not happy with the pace of progress on delivering the impact we want. That should frame how we communicate with each other. Because if systemic change is a team sport, is best addressed as a team sport, that helps drive urgency into the room. Why are team sports successful? There's a game clock. There's urgency, right? There's collaboration. There's communication. There are players on the field playing to win now at something. And we give that currency, right? What was the score of the Commanders game? Who knows it? All right. And the Eagles game? Who knows the score? Gilbert? All right. All right, now what's the score of equity versus inequity in the word 7? Word 8. We don't have a scoreboard that captures our attention on these issues. And that's for us as leaders to define and deliver together. If we do, we will capture that energy and bring it to these issues. Otherwise, we'll go back to watching Monday night, Thursday night, Saturday night football. So I just want to give that context to this discussion. We're going to get into a discussion around power and generation as a part of this whole dialogue around this equitable clean energy transformation. We've got an excellent panel here to jump in on these topics with you. I'm going to start it off with Aaron Cope. Aaron, would you please start off with an introduction of yourself? And I had asked each of our panelists to share one thing they feel is important for you to understand based on the work that they do. So Aaron, please kick us off.
Sure, thanks Gilbert. Aaron Cope, Senior Director of Investor Relations, Finance, and ESG at the Edison Electric Institute. For those of you who don't know, Edison Electric Institute is the trade association for all investor-owned publicly traded utilities in America. In my portfolio, I deal with a lot of finance policy issues, the investor relations of our companies, as well as our treasury committees, and I also lead our ESG programs for the industry. So today we're here to talk about DERs, and I first want to say what I'll do is speak from a utility perspective, a national utility perspective, and I'll start on some of the various reasons why DERs are good for us. And so, well, let me back up a little bit and just talk about the utility industry and how we have in fact been leading the clean energy transition. Just some quick stats for you today. More than 40% of US power generation comes from clean carbon-free sources, including solar, wind, and batteries. All of our companies have ambitious forward-looking goals, all 50 of our companies. 41 of the companies aim for net zero by 2050. Carbon emissions from the United States power sector are as low as they were nearly 50 years ago when electricity use has doubled since then. And at the end of 2003, carbon emissions from electricity generation was 41% below 2005 levels. More pertinent to this conversation, in 2023 alone, more than 26 gigs of renewable technologies went online in the US. And over the past decade, more than 60% of new electricity generation capacity in the US was wind and solar. And for new additions in 2023, that number is now 67%. So over a 10% increase over the last year. And so when we talk about DERs and the use for utilities, I want to first start talking about resource adequacy and the challenges that we're seeing there and the many benefits that DERs have to mitigate those challenges that we're seeing, especially with meeting this new demand growth. And so when we look at the IRPs for most of our companies, maybe 10 to 15 years out, and a lot of our large cap companies, in that resource mix is heavy solar, heavy battery. And so it's just definitely a testament to show how we think about these DERs and our future plans to meet this clean energy future. It's also great for grid resilience, right? And so we have a lot of our companies that have portable power trucks that kind of drive around in those areas where system hasn't been restored as of yet, to provide access to power to those communities that don't have it as of yet. So it definitely assists in our resilience efforts to make sure that your electric service is resilient. We also like it because we're able to leverage it in smaller communities or a variety of communities for that matter. Local generation, right? So the ability for DERs to kind of generate load at demand and allow that customer to send that energy back to the grid at a fair price. Residential, large solar, community solar are all great examples of how we're able to leverage DERs in those communities. Another thing that can be done to kind of exasperate the use of DERs is the cost. And I think that as DERs become more commercialized and more adequately demonstrated, I think that the price will go down and be more accessible, more economic for investors to invest in and also for customers to leverage. It's also great for our demand response programs. DERs can participate in these programs that can help utilities kind of balance constantly, and as we're constantly balancing the supply and demand of the grid, we're able to use DERs to curb that. Another example that we're able to do is leverage DERs in these communities through aggregated battery sources like school bus fleets, where they're able to generate power and put it back onto the grid. We see that kind of bidirectional charging and vehicle to grid charging a huge potential for the residential level, thereby kind of increasing that penetration into the system. And so with all of these DERs that are going on and the high penetration of the system, I think that the key or the underpinning is really what's driving the success of DERs is storage. And so when we look at storage, America's electric companies utilize 90% of all battery storage operated here in the US. Since 2018, there's been 16 gigawatts of installed battery capacity in the United States. 8 of those 16 gigawatts were installed last year. And EIA predicts that 15 gigawatts will be installed in 2024. So there is just a testament of also how the United States thinks about battery storage and the importance there. But it's also a signal that there are major system upgrades and major upgrades that need to be done to the grid for this DER transformation or the clean energy transformation to work. As you know, the grid is not modernized, and it's not, at this point, able to take all of the penetration of the DERs and make it efficient and effective. And so we're doing our best to upgrade the system, but that is something that needs to be done, particularly our T&D system. But having said that, there's been huge investments in clean energy. We heard from Whitney earlier this morning about some of the investments, and I'm not sure if she mentioned this, but the more recent one that I've seen is DOE's investing in America's agenda that will generate $16 billion in total investment, focusing on critical minerals, economic growth with jobs, and then just overall enhancing our country's competitiveness in this clean energy transition. Our members specifically have also kind of invested in these newer American-made battery technologies like lithium iron, zinc air, flow batteries, and other new battery technologies that we see. But I'll end for now and say that with everything that's going on for utilities, what we got to focus on is kind of modernizing our grid to be able to accommodate this high penetration of DERs that we're seeing day to day.
Thank you, Aaron. I'll pass it over to you, Nicole. Nicole Rance, please, from New Columbia Solar.
Hi. I'm Nicole Rance from New Columbia Solar, the Director of Market Development and Policy there. New Columbia Solar is a commercial solar developer headquartered here in the district in Edgewood, in Ward 5. And we are one of the larger solar installers in the district. We do commercial net metered and community rooftop systems primarily in the district, and we've expanded into the DMV and surrounding states as well since we began in 2016, which was around the time that the Solar for All program was getting up and running here in the district, and it was actually a big factor in our establishment and growth, and we've participated in that program every year since it's been established. And we've now installed over 300 systems, 32 of them on schools in the region. And we're really looking forward to this conversation today and talking with all of you about how we can continue to expand and accelerate the growth of clean energy in the district, and also start really directing our efforts towards taking advantage of storage and establishing virtual power plants, VPPs, in the district, and moving that forward, because it is the next step, right? We've got over 230 megawatts, I think, of solar installed in the district, which is equivalent to a top 20 PJM resource. We've got a power plant's worth of solar here in the district. So how can we better harness it and use it to make sure that we're lowering customers' rates with it, right? Which is going to be addressing peak demand through storage programs and VPPs. And as we're talking today, I'd like to understand more about what people see as some of the challenges to the two problems, or opportunities, you could say, facing the industry and all of our efforts here today, which are accelerating the installation of DERs, solar and storage, over the rates that they've been in order to meet all of our collective clean energy and climate goals, right? So, for example, MWCOG has a new goal. They want to establish 250,000 solar installations in the region. I think we're at 73,000, and they want to do it over the next, I think, 10 years, which would require doubling or tripling the rate of installations. So how can we go faster? Which to me means increasing transparency and predictability around interconnection in particular, right? So interconnection costs and pace, right? And predictability of timelines, so that we can provide greater assurance to our capital providers and backers that you can give us the funds to get more installed. We'll do it, and then also figuring out how to do the same thing with storage, right? How do we permit and interconnect storage, and what are some of the challenges that utilities see around that, and the opportunities that we can all use to work together. So yeah, I'll hand it off to Brandon.
Thank you. Please, Brandon.
Yeah, thank you. As you're talking, I just found myself smiling, Nicole, because I share some of the same thoughts. But I'm Brandon Bowles. I'm the Vice President of Grid Integration for Nexamp, the nation's largest community solar developer, with just about a gigawatt of projects under management. We're a vertically integrated organization, so we do our own development, our own EPC and customer acquisition and management piece as well. As I listen to the conversation, the big piece for me is I love how you're saying this is a team sport, because climate change is really a large issue that requires all of our engagement if we're going to hit our goals. I think the one thing I want the audience to take away from here today is that DER isn't just a climate play, though, right? It's a affordability, it's a resilience, it's an equity issue, and so if we think about all of those items, it's a much larger problem than just how do we get megawatts incorporated into the grid. I think you mentioned earlier all of the work, Aaron, that the utility industry is doing, and I applaud that. But I think that one of the things we recognize as a group is that there's still opportunity to move faster, to provide more transparency. I've been working in this space for more than a decade, and the conversation continues to be interconnection timelines, interconnection costs, transparency in that process. And as I think about this team sport, it's also understanding that as an industry, you're not alone to try to solve those problems, right? We've got some opportunity to work together to solve those items. I think in terms of wanting to learn from the audience and from my fellow panelists is, what are those encumbrances? What are those challenges that you see as an industry, as end users, et cetera, around accelerating the adoption. You know, I know as a developer, I see the interconnection piece. That's my baby. I see it across the country. Story is pretty much the same everywhere you go. But you know, what are the issues that you see as an industry from a regulatory perspective, from a process perspective, and how do we come together to close those gaps?
Thank you. We'll go over to you, Gilbert.
Thank you, HG. So first off, I believe it was 31 to 10.
I knew it was coming.
Okay, so I had to think about that for a
Yes.
second. So Gilbert Campbell, I'm a founder of and CEO of two solar companies. One, Volt Energy, based here in the district, where we develop commercial rooftop and solar carport projects. And another company called Volt Energy Utility, developing utility-scale solar projects across the country. I want to talk a little bit more about how can we take clean electrons like solar to do more. When I say do more, impacting communities and those a little bit more vulnerable that have dealt with environmental injustice and a lot of other issues. And just want to give a few examples. So one of the first projects that we did here in the district was at Florida Avenue Baptist Church, the first African-American church in the country ever to have solar. But when I sat down with the pastor, Dr. Trent, we had a bigger vision than just putting clean electrons on the roof. We wanted to be able to, for that being the African-American church, you know, being a pillar in the community, to show other churches how they can reduce their energy burden, energy cost, but also more importantly for members in the church to understand how can they reduce their energy burden. And so by doing that project, smallest project we've ever done, we're fortunate to have Lisa Jackson, when she was EPA administrator, come out to the ribbon cutting ceremony. And then National Geographic, as an example, in a small little 10 kilowatt project, did a whole special on the church. And what that did is that led to a lot of other churches in the district and around the country looking at solar, but we also helped the church establish a green ministry. We literally came in on Saturdays and helped them understand how to read their utility bills, what programs in the district were able to help them to reduce their energy burden. Also, we've done multiple projects at Howard University. And one of the cool things there is, again, being able to take, you know, one of our leading HBCUs in the country and showing visible demonstrations of what solar can do and giving students an understanding of what are the many career paths, HG, as you mentioned, how to create wealth in this space. But one of the things that we also wanted to do is looking at who's generating the wealth in this clean energy economy. It's not a lot of folks that, quite frankly, look like me. And we wanted to make sure in our supply chain that we were intentional of bringing in more diverse companies. And I'm proud to say one of our partners, I saw Ken and Adrian over there with Prime Partners Engineering, has helped us both with a lot of our engineering work, but interconnection to be able to make sure we're, you know, meeting deadlines, as well as Tony Harrison from Greenscape's done a lot of EPC work for us. But on top of that, we've been able to provide over $50,000 of scholarships to Howard students. I'm not saying that to tout what we're doing. I'm just more so saying we have the opportunity to take solar projects to do more. And so that work led to, you know, the district, we're a unicorn with the great policies that we have, a wonderful commission, things that have been here, allows us to do a lot of different things like solar for all that's been very difficult to do in other parts of the country. But, you know, cutting my teeth here with, you know, with Volt Energy enabled me to launch a company 3 years ago called, mentioned before, Volt Energy Utility. But taking what I learned, and when I say taking what I learned is understanding how do we show up and do projects in the community, how do we make sure equity is at the forefront. So we pioneered this concept called the Environmental Justice Power Purchase Agreement. For those who don't know, a PPA or Power Purchase Agreement is just how organizations and companies buy clean energy. But the twist that we put on it was the environmental justice component. When you look at utility scale solar, we're not going to find 300 acres in the district to develop utility scale solar. You know, if you have 300 acres, it's definitely going to other sources. We want to be able to afford that land. So, you know, it's great that we're revitalizing rural parts of the country, you know, with utility scale solar for primarily the tech companies that have to offset what they're using for the data centers. But we wanted to make sure that under-resourced black and brown communities in inner cities were still benefiting from these large solar farms being built. So our concept was pretty simple. We work with corporate partners like Microsoft, where we've developed over 350 megawatts with, where they pay a little bit extra for the solar. 100% of that goes into a foundation we started called Sharing the Power Foundation. We've contributed over $1 million into the foundation, and it's making transformational investments in the closest urban area defined by the EPA's EJ screening tool to see where their environmental justice challenges like particulate matter 2.5 and air pollutant, or lead-based paint issues and other things like that. So then you can say, even though this project is located in, I'll give you a real-time example, in Powhatan, Virginia, we're making investments in Petersburg, Richmond, and DC from that large utility scale project. But all that came from my experience working in the district, doing rooftop solar and working with communities. And the last thing I'll say with the foundation we're doing, we created a fellowship program to address the lack of diversity in clean energy. And so starting with HBCU students, the first year we launched this fellowship program was in 2022. We had 6 students, 2 from Howard University, 2 from Clark Atlanta, and 2 from Virginia State. Got a paid internships in industry. On Fridays, we have this thing called Power Fridays, where we bring in speakers from industry so they can see no career path is linear. There's a place for you in this industry no matter what your major is. And when they finish, all the students get a $10,000 scholarship, but that comes with some requirement. They have to be the ambassadors or the evangelists on their campuses to address things like environmental justice on their campuses and their communities, but also talk about their experience and opportunities in the clean energy space. And so this past year, it was the 3rd year running the fellowship program, we had 172 applicants for 24 positions. And what does that show? It shows that when we show up in communities and recruit, and not even just college students, but when you're talking to middle school students, elementary school students, kids get it. They understand technology. They understand the importance of environmental justice. They want to make sure they're doing right by their communities. And so part of what I wanted to learn today is how can we effectively broaden the tent to have more people from the community where it's not just, I love my panelists, we've been on panels before, but how can we have members of the community in the panel talking about how they learn maybe from sitting in here and starting their own companies or having successful careers? So how do we get people that aren't tuned in to clean energy and even know what distributed energy resources are to understand why this is important for them?
I appreciate that, Gilbert. And I like how not only did you share kind of what you're learning and doing this, but you had that question back to the audience and us. What do we need to do next? And from your point of view, it's that point of greater inclusion. How do we inspire greater involvement? Which is a question for the audience. If you have thoughts, we're going to start opening this up for a discussion for the last half of this to really get these things on the table. So kind of in summary, what we've heard so far is the incredible importance of speed, right, and increasing our pace of impact. Why can't we move faster on these issues? Why can't we have greater impact? Given our motivation is in the right place, what's stopping us from delivering greater and greater impact? One of the pieces I think Gilbert's bringing up is the importance of finding ways to attract greater engagement in the issue. And I would say one of the vulnerabilities here is the problem is there's not one problem. When you look at all the promises being made for 2030, 2040, whether it's New York State, New York City, Washington, D.C., et cetera, they're typically by 2030, we're going to do the impossible. Or by 2040, we're going to do the impossible. And at the moment, it sounds very inspiring. But we don't operate like that as effective leaders, right? What we do is we make a list of what we're going to do tomorrow. And then we try to somehow prioritize on that list what was the 3 most important things I do on that list tomorrow to move me forward. And there's a big void with these giant promises that we don't have that immediate to-do list, and that list is aligned with all of the other key leaders in the room. So we're working together, we're moving as a team to hit those next critical objectives. That's for us to develop, right? We have to do that together. So one of the elements to speed is alignment. How do we align on the next critical obstacle to solve for? Now, I appreciate that this conference is being convened by the DC Public Service Commission. One of the critical components to any commission is the CBA. Anybody want to share what that means? What's CBA mean? Cost benefit analysis, right? I'm going to come to you with an idea, and we're going to evaluate this in terms of costs and benefits to determine whether we should get behind this concept or this initiative that affects millions of people and has millions of dollars on the line. I would like to offer to you that we've evolved past the CBA, and now it needs to be the CBA prime, which is consequences, benefits, and analysis. We have to get beyond a rubric of just cost and be able to bring in consequences to our inaction, our inability to act better together, and put that on the table against benefits. And for that to happen, we have to have a greater dialogue. So when we talk consequences, I think this is when we talk about inequities. Or we talk, for instance, Aaron, from your standpoint, if we don't truly understand the role the utility has, there are consequences that could drive harm to the very communities we're trying to protect if we move too quickly, or if we don't move quickly enough. So I just want to kind of provide that as a framework for our discussion, is consequences and benefits. How do we move forward with that in mind? Aaron, you want to say?
Yeah, I want to pick up kind of on, the goals conversations and kind of talk about the utility industry and how we're not kind of a monolith. And when you talk about generation, I think a piece of the conversation that's missing is, a lot of our utilities can't own generation. And so how do you mitigate that purpose or that situation where you have these aggressive, big picture clean energy goals that, by the way, were ambitious to begin with. But we have these ambitious goals out there. How do we live up to those goals? When you have different constructs, different legislative constructs that prohibit you from owning generation so that you can kind of control your resource mix. We're fully regulated companies, and so through that, we have to abide by the goals, have our state goals in play. But what happens when you have that disconnect? And I think that that's a perspective that we all have to pay attention to, and we all have to balance when we think about these clean energy goals that our companies have and how we're assessing them against them.
Okay, that's a good point to put on the table. And what would need to be the guidelines and parameters around being able to do that would kind of secure or confirm that you are actually serving the greater good by having that ability. Any other thoughts, Nicole?
Yeah, I mean, I'd just say that while there's definitely conversations to be had around that, and I think there's room to work together, I think, there's a reason that those regulations and rules were set up in the first place, and we need to consider what those were and how we want to evolve them, perhaps in response to like all of our clean energy goals and the need for multiple partners, while preserving market-based competition that's going to drive more value to consumers and customers who are installing, in a lot of cases, these DERs on their own properties, and making sure that they're getting the sort of maximum return and sharing revenue and resilience benefits that in exchange for the service they're providing. And I think that's one of the things that we should really keep in our minds is the consumers need to be sort of compensated.
And Nikhil, if you were given the role of coach and you could have any team you wanted to go deliver on that gap in terms of a 3x deployment of solar in DC, what would be the first words to your team, Coach, to make that happen?
All right, Coach. I don't know if y'all can tell, but not traditionally my forte there. Sports, but I guess I would say let's depending on who's my team here, I'd say let's fix interconnection. In a lot of cases, the money is already there, right? There's tons of federal money. There's since the IRA was passed, we've seen tons of private financiers coming around asking, how can we invest more in smaller systems, in rooftop commercial-sized systems? Because, and frequently, in the past, that's only been available for larger ground mount utility scale solar, but people are looking to invest now in the kinds of systems we're talking about here, distributed resources. The question is and frankly, like I said, I think the money's there. The problem is permitting interconnection, to some degree siting, although that's not such a problem here in DC. And those are the problems we need to fix. So how do we create a system where there's greater predictability and faster interconnection, where we know we can interconnect a project up front, so we can plan all of our cost timelines around that, and then we know how much it's going to cost, right? So we don't have costs coming in later after the fact, after we've already financed a system, or it's already operating, and make sure that those kind of things that are unpredictable and add to the cost and the difficulty of making sure that we can get the money to build these systems is there.
Brandon Gilbert, do you agree that's an important issue to address, that speed of interconnection? All right, so let's take it to the audience. Anybody have an answer or response to how do we somehow streamline this interconnection process that's creating a bottleneck on our ability to deliver on the promise of solar plus storage in this area? All right, we got some answers. Let's go.
Andy Clancy with eMerge Alliance. One of the things I've learned is when you get to energy, electricity, it's the authority having jurisdiction. And I think one of the things you have to understand is what is their process. You've got to get down at that level. We all start from the top, work down. I think one of the challenges start at the bottom, because at the end of the day, they have their expectations, their measurement system, and it may be miles apart from what you started with. So if you're picking a team, you find players that know that. You pick players that understand the process at the state level, local, and then regional. And then you tell your players, this is what you're good at doing, get it done, let me know what you need to support you, but I put this team together because you're the ones who are going to go across that goal. And it's a local thing, and it's probably one that takes time to understand that process.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to get to a couple of you. As I get closer to you, that means you got to wrap it up.
Nandini Moli, ESI Consulting. I worked in this interconnect processes before for DER in Maryland and other places. And I would say that as a developer or a vendor, you need to think about two aspects. One, the administrative aspect of interconnect process. Second, the technical aspect. Utilities have a risk by taking time to go through this through their engineering group in order to make sure that there is no back transfer of electrons from grid to the end user or vice versa and so on. So I'm going to connect it to Gilbert Campbell's comment also about how to motivate the youngsters or college graduates and so on to be trained on this kind of workforce development. We need to actually empower them with knowledge of both administrative process and technical process to make sure that they understand when they talk to the utilities and the whole process becomes expedient. So it is a critical step in the whole DER integration, and the knowledge sharing, knowledge training is so critical, and I would be happy to work with you all to make this happen for the DC community.
Thank you. All right, getting the youth involved, getting ahead of it. How well do we communicate what's at stake if we don't get the permitting right? Did I miss someone back here I said I was going to go to? Oh, okay, I got three, but I said I was coming here too, so get ready. They're coming quick. Right? How well do we communicate the consequences of not streamlining the connection process in terms of going back to equity, health, and financial insecurities? Bringing it back. What's really at stake about not getting this right? How well do those in civic positions of leadership know how to communicate the importance of figuring this out? Right? Because that helps give you that speed if people are aligned on this being an emergency to solve versus a nice to solve. Quickly.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Vijay Venkateswaran with Viventum. We serve at the intersection of broadband and energy systems integration. And so I think to answer your question around the consequences, I think there's a lot of momentum now to integrate broadband capabilities, IoT, sensors, and data into the grid. And I think this could be a force multiplier to answer your question around how do you accelerate this outcome. And I think the challenge for utilities when they look at the interconnect problem is there's a lot of workflow that's complex. Having access to wide area situational data is important for them to be able to be comfortable with how to integrate new DERs, because you have phase measurement units that are, that could be thrown off with all the different harmonics that are produced by DERs that get integrated into the grid. So if we could work with a broader coalition around, with the ISPs, the wireless carriers, and folks who own wireless spectrum, and the power utility sector and the manufacturers of the tech, I think you have to bring more voices, is my point, into this to be able to get the data, the capability to accelerate these outcomes.
And that's just to my point earlier about being able to modernize the grid so that we can face these potential cybersecurity challenges with all that bidirectional data that will need to flow to make it work. And so cybersecurity is also one of those risks that we need to be concerned about as we move forward and progress.
Thank you. And I just want to check in, Brandon, Gilbert, do you agree with that concept of widening the group involved, and Nicole, to make this interconnection process be understood as being so important to the move forward?
Absolutely, and the young lady in the back mentioned as far as kind of the comments about workforce development and young people, and I promise you they didn't pay me to give me a commercial, but Prime Partners Engineering, I'm serious, when we hired them to handle interconnection and other engineering at Howard, one of the things was they had to commit to showing up for students. And I can speak to at least 4 or 5 different times where we've set in on a Friday afternoon, different times, and they provided internships to multiple students at Howard, other HBCUs in the DMV, and we need to make sure that we're investing in the companies that are investing in our people. And so,
excellent. Thank you for that. Over here, please.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if everyone can hear me, but I just wanted to preface a little bit of what we had talked through before initially about the question referencing, what is the impact on the delays in the interconnections? And I'm representing WDC Solar, who was the first EPC registered solar in 2009 or so. But when we first started, we didn't have a lot of these interconnection issues. And because we are a local company, part of the issue comes back to the companies as a local face of the representation to the customer. So they really don't see beyond the local faces. Their representative who goes out to make the sale, their company that they call in to, find out how is my progress going, and then they find out it's been weeks and months later, and still no real remedy. So again, it has a lot of faces to that. And now, of course, as you know, PEPCO is passing fees to the residents. I know, again, that's been talked about, but again, just going to how does that impact? So on the small company side as well as the consumer side, there are delays that's really costly. And to the consumer, of course, as we talked about equity and the fact that they can't save money as quickly as they need to. But it also gives us a black eye in the community because we promise them, we make certain decisions based on these timelines, and then when they are adjusted in a negative way and we can't get answers, it doesn't, it's not a feel-good moment. Just recently we got, and I'm going to wrap it up, but we just got a letter for a lady that we thought was going through. But now we come to find out PEPCO has to, of course, upgrade her transformer. Luckily, there's no cost associated because, as you know, we've gotten cost letters from $5,000, $15,000, $20,000. And at the end of the day, we didn't see that coming sometimes. But that's my point.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'll come to more of you in the room here. I just want to acknowledge this is a critical conversation to be in to figure this out if urgency matters. I also want to acknowledge someone who has led the charge on inclusive conversations like this that matter. I want to acknowledge Willie Phillips, Chairman. You want to say hi?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. It is so good to be here. I want to recognize Chairman Emil Thompson, also commissioners as well. Ted, good to see you as well. Look, the conversations that we're having here and across the country about these critical issues, it couldn't come at a more timely and important moment. We have to be intentional about moving forward and what we do and how we connect these resources that we know are waiting in the wings. I was at the White House yesterday, and we talked about how artificial intelligence and automation can help when it comes to interconnecting clean or green or greener energy resources. And so I think that that has to be a part of the solution. But I want to applaud the people on the stage. They are the ones who are leading the charge. And we need to get behind the information that's being shared here, continue to learn from one another. And with that, I have no doubt that we'll be able to reach our goals. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, I'm bringing it around over here. Brooke.
Thank you. I'm Brooke Smallwood. I have a company I started called Oasis Energy Partners. But we literally created, and Brandon knows this, a interconnection management queue system a year ago. DOE just came out with a grant where utilities will be able to access money to try new technologies, exactly what the chairman said. And we had conversations with utilities and couldn't get past the gatekeepers. So there is automation, there is AI available. We can do this. We have the solutions, I promise you. After spending time at the utilities, I was able to come back as a small business owner and say, how do I now solve the problems that I dealt with at the utility? But the problem is that what we haven't changed is our bureaucracy. We have not changed the fact that small businesses and new technology is not easily adopted, that these are still very traditional entities that don't take well to change and don't take well to new and innovative. But with FERC Order 2023, it's mandated that they do. So what I'm calling on everybody is to be stakeholders and have your voices heard, that especially for the industries that you all are in, the solar industry, is to say, you must find these solutions. We know these solutions exist. How do we get these solutions done in a timely manner? If we go through a year or two of procurement to get a solution for you all, that does nothing but increase the pipeline of people being let down by the interconnection process.
All right, I'm going to bring it back up to the panelists here. We've got
HG, real quick, let me just respond to that. So thank you for your comments. I appreciate them. I think that one of the things that we have to remember is that industries, we're regulated. And I deal with the commissioners a lot with a lot of the events and programs that we throw. And I've had commissioners tell me, hey, we're not a venture capitalist. We can't just put our money and invest our money into these new nascent technologies that are not adequately demonstrated. And you know, there's definitions for all of these things. And so depending on where you're applying and where you're getting this money, if the technology doesn't fit that criteria, it doesn't work. And so I just want to put that reminder out that while the utilities may want to move faster and may want to do the things that our customers want, sometimes we're put in different constructs where we just can't do it. We just can't.
I heard a great quote that says, the prerequisite to accountability is good metrics, right? And we have to divine to get together what winning is. You can easily get caught in the technology, you can get caught in process, but underlying all that is a motivation to have a better future that's safer for people that we know we need to create, and especially for those who are asymmetrically suffering now. And if we can somehow tap into that motivation and create a scoreboard together of whether we are making progress on this, whether we're capturing yards down the field on this issue, it helps align both the responsibilities and roles of utilities with those of developers and so on, because we're unified in what progress looks like. We're not there yet, and these type of dialogues are the only way you get there. Alignment can trump inertia. That was not the word I was looking for, but alignment can break through inertia. Let me go with that word. But we need to align, and that requires dialogues and figuring it out. Brendan, you know, community solar, it has such promise in this whole construct. What's at stake if we get it right with community solar?
Yeah, I think great segue. When you talk about the alignment piece, I think that's the major piece here, is that how do we find that alignment? How do we find ways to incentivize these organizations? How do we perhaps change business models to be able to drive what we have all agreed upon as our ambitions, right? when I think about community solar, it's an opportunity to reach down and impact these individuals and these groups that Gilbert talked about that may not have access, that may not have exposure as well. And so with these projects, it kind of started out with, hey, you may not have the ability to get solar because of your rooftop, but then you start to think about the economic issues, et cetera, and it grows from there. One of the things that we're doing as an organization is not only the community solar aspect, but also that workforce development piece. Thinking about those communities that we're serving, how do you not only benefit from the electrons that come in, but how do you get upskilled, how do you get involved, and how do you become a part of this transition, rather than unwilling participant. And so I think when I think about community solar, the great opportunity there is not only the reach that you have to the end-use customer, but also that community aspect that you have. I don't know anybody in here, if you know somebody with solar, but if you ever go to coffee or dinner with them, they're more than happy. They're going to pull out their phone and say, look how much I generated, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think about those individuals as advocates, not only for the solar industry, but I think as potential advocates for the utility space, right? I spent 10 years in the utilities, and with customers there, what I often heard was, I don't think about my utility until I get a bill, right? And so now we've got an opportunity to turn these individuals into advocates to help drive this collective accomplishment that we focus on. So that's how I think about community solar. It's a broader aspect than just energy. You've got that community aspect, you've got that education, you've got the workforce development piece that plays a role.
And I really appreciate how you said the impact of the person becoming a genuine advocate for change because they experience the benefit of the change. There's always resistance to change until you experience the personal benefit of it, right? And if we go back to this concept of inequity as asymmetric suffering, you can't BS relief, right? You can have someone talk to you a lot, but if you didn't walk away with relief, then they didn't address your pain. But if you communicate with someone in a way that all of a sudden that decision on food, medicine, or paying the bill just got easier because of that community solar program they're a part of, they're going to be the most vocal advocate for the neighbor they know is suffering just like them to get that relief, right?
Yeah, and I'll share, as you talk about it, I'll share this one story because it's not only those individuals, but it's also the landowner, So I talked with a utility in the Northeast a couple weeks ago, and I shared with them, the delays that our customers are seeing impact more than just the end-use customer, right? So we'll go out there and we'll do, say, a land lease agreement with a customer. The one I'm thinking about inherited a family farm, right? The family farm isn't doing so well. She's trying to figure out how she's going to pay for school for her daughter, right? We're able to come in, do a land lease agreement, put the community solar on, create some revenue for their farm that she's able to now pay for college for her daughter. Well, project gets delayed by a year because of, some technical issue, and that causes angst with those customers, right? So you've got the end-use customer, you've got the landowner, you've got the local economy, right, where you're going out and you're getting local workers. I mean, it's an ecosystem the way that I think about that, right? And so, we've got an opportunity to leverage that ecosystem to, one, drive our goals, but also to create those advocates out in the community to accelerate the process.
Now, we're the setup for lunch. So my goal is that you leave out that door ready to have a really compelling conversation about what happened here and in this morning. I see more hands than I can get to in the 3 minutes I have to stay on track, right? So what I want to do is raise your hands if you have questions or comments you want to make right now. Raise them high. These are people at lunch we got to hear from. Let's keep the conversation going, right? Maybe we bring a mic into the room for lunch. But yes, you want me to come over here for one? I'm going to take one here. I'm going to get in trouble for this, Gilbert. All right, all right, one question.
appreciate it. I'll be brief. So push back a little bit on what Nicole said. There is a lot of money flowing and ready to support these projects, but an extraordinary abundance of the time, especially in Justice 40 communities, they don't know where to find the projects, and vice versa. And so Department of Energy, it's a little self-serving, we've created a platform to match those billions and billions of dollars with the projects. So.
That was good. That was short. I can do 2 more if you keep them that short. Coming over here. Could you pass this?
I think we hit the nail on the head with the interconnection issues, and they talked a lot about aligning goals and incentives and desires. One thing on the location and trying to find land to use, there's a lot of community opposition around massive projects, and it's turning farmland into solar farms. There's one in Anne Arundel County, it's close to 900 acres. And one thing that is, it's still a buzzword in agrivoltaics, but that would overcome the land use argument of the community opposition. This is where you put some type of food and solar together at the same time. There's been a lot of research around sheep. They don't care about the panels. They graze, no problem. Cows on top of that. Or you can grow some food, but if you grow food, then the plants need light, so they have to compete for space. So at least starting with sheep, 90% of our sheep is coming all the way around the world from New Zealand. How does that make sense? How much carbon does that put into the environment? Let's change that.
Just want to remind us, when 5% solar carve-out for DC was put forth, most people laughed. They laughed. And guess what? We made that goal. And shall I be snarky? That's when interconnection started to get really rough in DC.
So what's your thought? Yeah, what's the coaching here?
Interconnection, I support everything that's been said. Yeah, thank you. We also need PSC. It also is a major challenge to get the workforce up to par to be more independently able to represent DER for the public good.
Thank you. All right, quick.
I'll be quick. Hi, everyone. My name is Spencer Tuhill, and I'm with the Breakthrough Institute. And I want to touch on a subject that hasn't been talked on that much today, but literally applies to everything that has been said and every issue we're having, and that's nuclear power. We're at the Clean Energy Summit. We're not at the Renewable Energy Summit. And I just want to highlight that nuclear energy is clean energy. It's the only form of clean energy that provides reliable baseload power. And while you may be thinking we can't build a nuclear reactor within the perimeters of DC, I would agree with you, but right across the river we have the Pentagon, and the Department of Defense is one of the largest electricity consumers in the US, and they need reliable electricity 24/7, and nuclear can provide that. And just a little pitch, I am young, and to keep on the train of thought here, I know you all have seen, when you turn on the TV on Saturday to watch Home Depot College Game Day, the signs of I Heart Nuclear Power. And my pitch is to put nuclear in, coach.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right. I think we're gonna have to put our jerseys on for lunch. All right, so team, we're gonna wrap it up here. I want you to share each your kind of aspiration from what you heard around alignment on accelerating interconnection as our break for lunch. What would you say is something you'd hope to see?
Vote. Seriously. We talk about a lot of the challenges, but I'd be remiss not to say for the Biden-Harris administration to pass the most, impactful bill for Climate Inflation Reduction Act. You saw Chairman Phillips, Chairman Tom. We have so many leaders in this room that have created the tools and stuff for us to be able to make the change that we need in an inclusive way. But we've got to make sure we support those that have supported us as well, too. So that's what I hope to see.
I like to see it. Yeah, Brandon.
Yeah, I don't know how I follow that. I mean, the time is just right.
You can say it again. You can say vote. Everyone can say vote.
No, I think we talked about it here, too. I think, the conversations that we have at lunch, it's good to have them. Let's continue to have those conversations and find ways to find alignment and drive that alignment across the industry. Truly, that's the only way we're going to be able to deliver against these ambitious goals that we have. We're going to have to find that alignment and start pushing on the same side of the issues together.
Thank you. Nicole? I think it might, here, take mine.
Yeah, I'd just say, second that. But also community action at the local level here. I think Aaron brought up a good point, which is that, utilities are regulated. They're going to respond to what regulators and their local communities ask of them, right? And regulators respond to the local communities. So everybody, the more we can get involved, start sharing information about the technology that's out there, the utilities that, there are utilities that do a very good job at interconnection. And so, what are they doing right? What can we replicate here? And yeah, just continuing to work together like that.
Thank you. Nicole? Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks.
Aaron.
I'd say increased regional planning, right? So to your point about alignment, better planning between the DER world and utilities to make sure that we're serving our customers, giving them the best advantage in cost savings, and being able to plan better, and to hopefully to take care of those interconnection issues and to make sure that cost shifting doesn't happen.
All right, so parting words here. One thing that I can never forget is I was told leaders, good leaders, are good at leading people. Extraordinary leaders are good at leading extraordinary conversations, right? And this is a conversation. I mean, it's a commitment. It's not a one-time thing. It's something that builds, and you have this commitment to understanding, to alignment, which inspires accountability, which leads to getting on the field and playing to win, right? It's all connected. So now I invite you to go to lunch and have one of the most inspiring conversations, leading that conversation, talking about interconnection and all the great things that have come out so far in this truly incredible conference. Thank you to everyone for this. Stirred it up for lunch. I love it.
That was great.
Stirred it up.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. If you could, please come on in and take your seats. We're going to try and go ahead and get started with the afternoon session. I hope everybody had an excellent lunch. I know my belly is full. Wanted to make two brief announcements before I call out my colleague, Commissioner Trabue. The first is a lot of the last discussion talked about interconnection, and the interconnection is so very important. I want to make sure that everybody in the room is aware of our order that we put out 2 weeks ago in 22312, in which we've opened an investigation into interconnection practices, trying to look at best practices, see what needs to be improved in the system. I certainly encourage everybody to take a look at that and to provide comments as information is available. The second thing is, at the beginning, I know many of you were here, and we had some people voice their opinions earlier. It's also come to my attention that they've handed out pamphlets with DCPSC branding and logos. Again, everybody is certainly entitled to their opinion, but I just want to make clear that the viewpoints expressed in that document are not DCPSC's, even though they have our logo and branding on them. Again, entitled to their viewpoints, but did not want you to, one way or another, assume that they were the PSCs. So, without any further ado, I call out my colleague, Commissioner Trabue, to kick us off for the afternoon.
I got to lower this about 1.5 feet. This is following this tall gentleman here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me thank all of you for coming back. I hope you had a great lunch and were able to follow H.G. Chizel's recommendation and go out and start continuing to talk about some of the solutions to some of these very, very important challenges that we have in front of us. I also want to take a half of a second just to thank the staff from the Public Service Commission who have worked so hard to put this together, and the staff here at Gallaudet and the others who are making this technically possible to broadcast throughout the District of Columbia. Thank you so much for your great work. I also wanted to just thank the presidents of PEPCO and Washington Gas for coming and joining us today for this important conversation. It's great to see them here and understand that they are a great part of our city, and a lot of the work that we're discussing today involves these two utility companies that serve all of our residents and businesses here in the city. I'm a little bit jealous about the lady that I'm about to introduce. I just hadn't met her back there, but she's going to moderate a panel in a few minutes that is filled with some of the most dynamic individuals in the cities, people with whom I have worked for the last 20 or so years. Tricia Miller is the current CEO of the DC Green Bank. And prior to joining the Green Bank about a year ago, she served in the White House Climate Policy Office as the Senior Director for Building and Industrial Emissions, and was the Chief Innovation and Development Officer at Elevate, leading federal policy and building decarbonization. And so I want to welcome Tricia to the podium this afternoon, and she has an esteemed panel with her. And I said I'm so jealous because people like Mr. Alfonso, who's there, and Mark Davis, who's coming after him, are people who have peppered me with questions over the last 20 years, and I would love to be able to stand here and pepper them with the questions for the next hour. But I have to turn the panel over to Ms. Miller. Thank you, Tricia. Come on up.
All right, we got some fun lead-in music for our panel. Thank you so much for having us. I'm delighted to introduce my panelists and to help set the stage for this session on energy equity in action, anticipating the rise of green jobs and the role of green banks. So I run the DC Green Bank, but it's really, today's conversation is going to focus on the role of, in the clean energy economy, advancing equity and opportunities for small businesses. and we have a fantastic lineup. So I'll go across the panel here and then sit next to Mark, and we'll start the Q&A. So we have, we're delighted to have Pedro Alfonso join us, who's the CEO of Dynamic Concepts, and where he also serves as co-founder and chair, and has been an incredible leader in the business community. So we'll be able to hear from him based on his experience around infrastructure and his role as DC Hispanic Contractors Association, also serving on the board of DC Housing Authority and at the National Small Business Association. So brings a tremendous blend of private sector leadership and opportunities for public and private sector participation and engagement to help stimulate small business opportunities. And we're also thrilled to have, in this very busy time at the Federal Department of Energy, Shalea Morissette, who serves as the Chief of Minority Business and Workforce Division within the Office of Energy, Justice, and Equity, which was recently established under this administration office that's been, working at an incredible clip to address equity and climate solutions within not only the spirit of Justice 40, but actually building out the implementation models to make sure that the benefits of the clean energy economy reach our underserved communities, and is doing that in an incredible way. And then we have Mark Davis, who is the president of WD Solar, and Mark is going to share his experiences on DC Solar for All programs, but also in the role of creating a small business right here in the district that's advancing opportunities for minority-owned solar installers and helping to build out that clean energy ecosystem right here. So I'm going to move over, and then I'll start. Okay. So I thought we could start today's discussion by asking each of you a question about your work and your role in particular in creating equity and job opportunities in the clean energy economy. So as part of your answer, it'd be great to hear from you in terms of what inspired you to initially take on work in this area. So I'll start with you, Shalea. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, the U.S. Department of Energy has deployed billions in funding and built new programs aligned with cutting emissions and ensuring that Justice 40 initiative commitments are being met. So could you kick us off with this discussion and talk about how some of your programs and related federal investments are supporting job training and small businesses?
Sure. So in my little office, the budget is small. The office has been around since 1968, but recently we renamed it. And so sort of some people would say, hey, did you just put a target on your back? Energy, justice, and equity. We don't know, but we're here for it anyway, right? But that should tell you that we've sort of been at the helm for all this time. And so my job is actually to be responsible for ensuring that all of the other departments do what they're supposed to do. So I'm essentially in their pocket saying, did you spend it appropriately? How do we get involved in judging all these applications? So there's a direct connection between me going out into the world speaking. In my first year, just 3 years ago, which is kind of crazy to say it today, I did 132 speaking engagements.
Wow.
There's only 52 weeks in a year, right? So I had to reestablish trust with what we're looking at to be $400 billion over the next couple of years. There is going to be a trickle-down effect. What I try to help people understand is that if you don't engage right now in all of this funding, you will be left behind. So the goal here is to try to educate everybody on what's available. And so that's everything from our solar department to our water department, and really educating folks that have never participated before on things like prizes, right? There's a lower dollar threshold, but there's a lot more grace. And there's the ability to actually engage through things like video applications rather than your traditional 40-page response to one of our FOAPs, right? So that's the nutshell, right? It's a lot of money to talk about.
And what inspired you that brought you to this role?
I think when the federal government calls and says, hey, we got a thing, could you do this? Yeah, you typically respond with, yeah, it's time. Because I certainly wasn't going to sign up for the military. I don't enjoy being yelled at, right? I do like all the other stuff associated, but the call to say, hey, we have a position for you, you should apply, was the process. Prior to that, I was a teacher, and I was working full-time for a utility company. And so it wasn't exactly the right salary, comparatively, but I did it anyway, so.
That's great, thank you. And thank you for going back to the history and the roots of the office. I think, you know, what we've witnessed at the DC Green Bank, but also looking at our partners across the country, is the desire to make Justice 40, which as a new initiative, relatively new, embedded in the way we design programs. And your office has been instrumental in creating that operating model and support at the local, state, and across the community of stakeholders to fully realize that vision of Justice 40. So next, I'm going to turn to Pedro. Through your leadership at Dynamic Concepts and experience on boards like the DC Chamber of Commerce, the National Small Business Association, you bring a terrific and broad view of the business landscape in DC. And I wanted to ask you, as you're working with your fellow business leaders, what do you see as are some of the biggest opportunities for creating good green jobs and helping to support a clean energy economy here in the district?
Thank you, Trish, and good afternoon, everyone. Green jobs, I think everyone in this room, especially myself, had to think at one time, what is a green job? And you had to think through it, and it's a new terminology, it's the new economy, a green job. Not to be confused with what they're discussing nowadays as a black job. It's slightly different. And if I might say that, in the scheme of it, green jobs are those somewhat related to sustainability, and sustainability in the environment, and all those jobs that relate to that. You can go anywhere from transportation, agriculture, manufacturing, service, administration, you name it. And if it's surrounding sustainability, it becomes a green job and supportive green jobs. So there was a time open opportunities in technology, and technology continues to grow. But a new economy is the green economy. And it's creating new jobs, new opportunities, both whether you're considering it as a career move and looking at where do you go to from, whether you're going to be an urban planner or a landscape planner, architect. There are opportunities. And opportunities not only from a career standpoint, but certainly if you're in business, contracting opportunities in that arena. And I would say, having the skill sets and the education to support it is very important. But jobs are being created, opportunities, contracts, and you just need to educate yourself on what is your next move in this green economy.
Thank you. And Mark, for the last more than 10 years, you've run a successful solar development company here in DC, focused on reaching underserved communities and expanding the clean energy economy. As a leader on the ground, what have you seen as some of the biggest opportunities for small businesses working in this space?
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Trish, for having me here. I started WDC Solar back in 2009, and 2008 was when Barack Obama was running for president, and I was paying attention to what he planned to do to address climate change, and decided to get into the solar business. And then once I started to develop a business plan, I noticed that minority participation was less than 4% at the time. And So I wanted to do something to increase that, and so I went and I started a solar installation business in Anacostia Ward 8. And we had a small warehouse space there. We began by training people from the community to install solar. And we worked very closely with the DC Sustainable Energy Utility to provide free solar systems to people living in that community. And so we were providing training, opportunity for low-income people to save on their electric bills, and community outreach. So it's not easy. It wasn't easy back then to go to someone and say, look, we want to give you a free solar system. I mean, there was a lot of skepticism there because people had been had and, told things that were not true. So we did quite a few community workshops. We worked with Butch Hopkins, who was with Anacostia Economic Development Corp at the time. We did workshops there. We worked with community leaders. We worked with church organizations. So we actually got out, invested in the community, and got people to sign up for these free solar systems that were being given by the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. And each year we tried to introduce something new to the program. So we've gone from just residential solar to installing solar on churches. We work with DGS. We install solar on many schools and community centers back a few years ago. We continue to train. We continue to employ people from this community. And many of them have gone on to work with DOB, DCSEU, DOEE. Many of the people that we've trained are engineers, and so we just look forward to continuing to grow, continuing to expand the community solar, as well as the distributed generation in DC, and make DC the greenest city in America.
I like that. And at the DC Green Bank, we've had the privilege of working with WD Solar and as a partner, and the vision you just laid out is so important as we think about the role that the capital providers can play in supporting business models and solutions homegrown from community stakeholders. So I just wanted to go back to a point you made of even when the cost of solar might be zero, getting participation, there were initial barriers to entry and engagement. Could you say a little bit more just about how you broke through some of those barriers to build trust and create a delivery model that really supports delivering the benefits of clean energy to underserved communities?
Right. So to get their buy-in, I felt like they really needed to see someone other than myself. So I can recall having Ted Trabu, who was just up here at the time, he was with DCSEU. I'd asked Ted to come to a meeting, and Ted would come, and people would see that Ted was there from, this quasi-governmental entity, and Ted gave credibility to what I was telling people, and we would have pastors get up and speak. Reverend Edmonds, I don't know if you all know him, but he's a very good friend, and he helped a lot. It took the entire community for us to get people on board. Now we have people calling us up, emailing us. I mean, it's not as challenging as it was then. But that's what you get after you invest in something like this over a long period of time, where you have buy-in from the mayor, city council, and all the stakeholders, the utility. We're all in this for one purpose, and that is to expand green energy and reduce our carbon footprint. It takes all of us to make this happen.
Thank you, Mark. It certainly does. And for us, we were so lucky to be established at a time under Mayor Bowser's leadership and with the DC Council, creating the DC Green Bank as a model for inclusive prosperity. So not just delivering clean energy dollars and investments across solar, green housing, climate resilience, and net zero transportation, but having that focus on mission right from the start. And so it's been just, again, a great opportunity to foster partnerships between DC Green Bank, DC SEU, try and match those incentives and the programs out in the community with the public dollars that we have, and creating our intention is to crowd in private investment. We're currently at about 8-to-1 to leverage the capital provider market that hasn't reached underserved communities in the way that Chalet, you talked about, bridging and providing the resources to create these new models that help invest in the communities and small businesses that we all want to see flourish here in DC and across the country. So it's very inspiring to hear your story, Mark, and I'm going to stick with you for a little bit longer, and then we'll move back to Shalea and Pedro. As the Inflation Reduction Act is providing capital in historic investments that we're starting to see, hit local markets, and there's a tremendous amount of momentum right now, but still a lot of work to be done. So I want to hear from each of you where you see some of the gaps, or what you have identified as being areas to focus not only the conversation but the deployment, so that we get it right with this historic opportunity to invest federal dollars in local communities and reach small businesses. So Mark, as part of WD Solar, you've run a job training program to help people in the community start their careers in solar and as solar installers. What are some of the biggest lessons you've learned from running those types of programs that you'd like policymakers to know as they think about targeting new programs and dollars to help advance the clean energy economy?
Right. So one thing that I've discovered is that getting quality talent at that engineering level is not always easy. So although we can train, our training is not the type of training we would like to see this training come in on the college curriculum, so that once these individuals we have a pool of people to pull from. I just think there's still just a shortage of people with college degrees who have a good understanding of solar, who we can get in to design projects and to help implement that design. I would like to see more minorities coming in on that level than coming in on we got a GED and we're going to go through this training program. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because the bulk of that's what we deal with. That's who we are. But I would like to see more coming in on that higher pay scale, and I would like to have those people to choose from for those positions, because that's where the high salaries are, and we want to see people in our community come in, get those jobs, and that's one of the challenges that I see right now.
Great. And Shalea, I know in prior roles you've built STEM education programs focused on energy and engineering. Maybe we'll get to a more specific question in your current role, but just wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in on some of the points Mark just made.
Well, Mark, I'm on both sides of the spectrum, because there's certainly a shortage of electricians, realistically, right? And so when I look at the college debt, I'm in it too. I look at my young people, and they are telling me, the feedback is, Shalea, I'm not taking on any debt, but I also need to stay home for 5 years to go through an apprenticeship program. What do I do? And so people tend to ask me, what do we do as minorities to give our kids more opportunity? And my solution is, you need to have children with intention. If you are having children and the intent is at 18 you need to get out of my house, reevaluate. Understand that my neighbor across the street, he's an electrician, his son is an electrician, and for 5 years his son is able to stay home, not worry about bills, not worry about anything else except to focus on being good at whatever he's learning, right? The option in many of the homes of the students that I had was, no, you have to work immediately. You don't have the luxury of going to college. You don't have the luxury of going into a trade making less for your first year than others who do have that opportunity. So it is the intention that when you have these children, that you intend to make them a better version of you. And so I have this double-sided sword of, yes, I need more engineers, but you can design all day long, and if there's no one there to plug it in, what is it worth? I need the trades just as much as the engineers. That is probably the biggest barrier, is that as a nation, we're projected to do 80,000 jobs in electrical work year over year for the next 4 years. If you can get an electrician to show up at your house tomorrow, come see me, because they are busy, right? So it's just this balance that we're all up against when we need help and we need workers. So that's my little take on just the jobs itself, but for the businesses like yourself looking for this talent is, where do I go? What test do I give that gives a real baseline? Because if you have a brain and there's nothing wrong there, you can learn anything. But it takes opportunity. If we don't give opportunity to someone who does have a GED, and thank you for the work that you're doing, many other companies won't. They say, no, we need to have, including the federal government, you must have a 4-year degree. Or, I'm sorry, we're talking about check the box, all of our returning citizens. Where are they in this equation? We tend to forget about them. We tend to forget that there are more barriers for a woman going in to be an electrician that we could remove with new technology like virtual reality. Department of Labor removed the shoulder-to-shoulder requirement for electricians during COVID. Why aren't we using technology to remove those barriers?
Thank you. I think the whole continuum you've just laid out, where there are gaps in the workforce, but also identifying those early interventions and models to build success, starting with our next generation. I really appreciate that insight, and I think as we go back to look at just some of the Inflation Reduction Act specific programs, I wanted to pivot back to you, Shalea, to hear a little bit more about how your office is helping to support investments utilizing some of the tools under the IRA. Certainly, there are numerous obstacles to overcome in terms of getting an educated workforce on the ground to meet the opportunities that are before us right now, whether it's through the bipartisan infrastructure law or the IRA-funded projects. There is tremendous demand for skilled workers and a tremendous gap in the education attainment and opportunities that you and Mark both addressed. But I want to kind of get into the weeds a little bit more about where you see and how your office engages with small businesses to help them overcome some of the current challenges.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we have plenty of technical assistance dollars out there. That seems to be like that key word with Congress, if we can get more money if we talk about technical assistance. And so we've issued that. My office, we did $6.2 million over the next couple of years with a group called BOSS, Black Owners of Solar Services. They're delivering technical assistance by bringing in cohorts of small businesses, getting their certificates, making sure that they're actually applying for these opportunities at city, state, and federal level, right? That's the sauce. Who has a grant writer on payroll? Small businesses can't afford it, right? So that's what we're trying to fill the gap on. Really, the access to capital has been probably the biggest one. A lot of our stuff comes with a 50% cost share. Most companies, when they're asking for a couple $1 million, don't have the other $1 million sitting in the bank. They may have it in assets. But we have some opportunities that are strictly liquid capital. Do you have it? And so I said, how in the world am I going to navigate the federal government and find a partner? So I went after Lendistry. Lendistry is a bank out of New York and California. They are part of SBA as one of 10 banks that can issue $5 million within 10 days to small businesses. They're the only minority-run bank within that system. We did an MOU with them, and we said, okay, if one of our businesses gets the grant and they need some sharing assistance, can we do this? They had set precedent over at Commerce. We said, great, we can do this. I think I had to beg our general counsel a couple times, but we got it through. And so now they're in our systems to say, if you get approved and you need some help, we can at least direct you to this may be an opportunity. It is not a guarantee, but it's a starting point. There's some other hurdles that we have to get through of simple accounting. People don't realize that when you get our money, you will adjust to us. We don't adjust to you, right? We're not changing our accounting to what you've been doing. You're not going to check in dollars and check them out. No, you're going to have to do an audit. That is a robust process for a small business. And so I have a tendency to lean on these prizes that I started to talk about. We did 2 in Puerto Rico as an example. We said we need more solar in Puerto Rico. And we said we're going to commit to hiring local folks and paying them to go door to door. And they had to speak Spanish first. First language, not second, first. And so we did that, and we paid them, I think it was about $25,000 to go out and knock on X amount of doors. And how many people could you educate about solar? Not sell it, educate. We were trying to reestablish trust. That's a big deal for the feds to do. The next thing that we did was we said, okay, Puerto Rico, we got to help out, right? We know climate change and disasters are real. What are we going to do? We actually, in my office, funded 5 resiliency hubs. And we recently went out there to say, okay, do we have the locations right? These hubs are not just a place for virtual power plants. These are recreational centers. So when things go wrong, this is a safe place for you, but we are generating backup power. It's a step in the right direction, but I need this in every disadvantaged community across the nation. It's a start. It's not perfect, but we are doing what we said we're going to do.
Thank you for those examples. Mark, please jump in.
Speaking of resiliency hubs, we just built the first resiliency hub in the state of Georgia, in Atlanta. So we're looking forward to building more in the state of Georgia, including Savannah, in the upcoming years.
They need it, please.
Because the storms are occurring more frequently now than ever before. But resiliency hubs is one thing. I'm from Georgia, down south, and the last hurricane just came through our town. And getting to a resiliency hub can be challenging to many people in that community. And so what we're proposing now is we have a carport structure. We're going to have a system where we have residential resiliency hubs. So when these events occur, people in small towns and communities can still have energy, and their neighbors and their relatives can come by the house and keep things charged, because our power was out for like 7 days this time, and unless you live through it, you just don't understand the impact that will have on a community, especially a small community like that. And it's a good thing.
Thank you both for those tremendous insights. And I thought, Mark, you were going to talk about the community resilience work we're doing here in DC, because that's also taking root, and something that, you know, we've learned from the models. Thank you in your work, Shalea, with the prizes, and also just being able to create this network of information sharing, because nothing is really that new. It's just finding the models that can work, and with the leadership and support at the grassroots and community level to implement them. And so I think your office and your partners have just done a great job creating some of these opportunities for us to replicate in communities across the country. And we're really excited to do more around resilience with solar and battery storage in DC, and see a number of opportunities with community leaders, community facilities, the faith-based organizations that are already thinking through this, who are those centers of disaster assistance when natural disasters strike. So Mark, to your point about getting down to the residential level, I just wanted to share what brought me into this field was Hurricane Katrina. So I was a civil rights attorney working in the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, and after Hurricane Katrina struck, I went down to find my clients, who were the local community organizational leaders that provided a whole range of services. They became ground zero for disaster response. And so when I think about what you just laid out, it is building the hardwiring the ability to island during a storm and provide stable sources of clean power. but it's the human capital piece too that we sometimes overlook, and thinking about what is that human network that we need to be able to implement successful resilience models driven by, at the neighborhood level, the leaders and the partners who are going to be out there looking after their neighbors and making sure that the disaster assistance or connections can be reached. So just tremendous value in the models you're sharing, and I think an opportunity for us to connect the work on deploying the tools and lifting up the community solutions that we know are critical for these models to succeed and scale. Pedro, I want to bring the conversation back to you. As you are talking with business leaders around the clean energy work, what are some of the common issues that get raised in your conversations? And in your opinion, if you could describe some ways that it's holding DC back, where we could do a better job at the local level, making sure the benefits of our investments in clean energy and sustainability help make the district more equitable.
Yeah, thank you, Trish. Well, from a business standpoint, I think many businesses, small businesses in particular, when it comes to clean energy, saving the environment, climate change, they're also thinking just like families, show me the money in a way. I appreciate the need and the problem, but I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to, make payroll next week. What is it in it for me? So it becomes a certain amount of education. I remember, and this is a true story, I remember a very good friend of mine, white, because he was very liberal, very well off, and couldn't understand how my community or the black community just wasn't concerned about forestry and maintaining green space. And my answer to him was, a lot of families that you're talking about are worried about putting food on the table, about getting to work, about child care. That's not close to their heart because they have immediate needs. It's true for small businesses and families. We have to, and I think Mark and Shalea were just mentioning educating people and businesses of the importance and how it benefits them, either in cutting costs or how they can improve their lives with a better career, new jobs, getting new contracts. As a business, DCI, have we benefited from the green economy? Absolutely. We're in the midst of completing a project, 2-year project of replacing close to 70,000 street lights with LED lights. Will reduce energy costs for the city probably by 50%. And when you think about it, it created a tremendous amount of jobs. You mentioned the shortage of electricians. We had a need to hire local and hire those from Ward 7, Ward 8 to participate on the project. There were no electricians to be found, and every crew that we were sending out, which were about 20 crews, to replace 70,000 light bulbs, it is a major task. And we could not find electricians. So this new economy is going to create jobs. And it created quite a few jobs, both on the high end and the low end in regards to laborers. So there is a truthfulness to how this economy is going to create jobs. But you need training. You need training across the board, not just Mark was mentioning we need it in the higher levels, and make sure that you have your engineers and your economists and so forth, and environmental geologists, all that. But you also need them in the lower ends. You need to have those that start that those are being trained at the DC Infrastructure Academy. Very strategic thought by this mayor and this city on training those in the energy fields and have a solar program. You take companies like, you need the cooperation of the government and big companies like Pepco that participated in that particular program and brought other companies in to support training in the energy field across the board. So you need that. You need programs that you have at UDC, and UDC have urban planning, environmental scientists. So all of that feeds into educating our community, educating small businesses on where is the money. It is not just you could do good and make money while you're doing good, and that combination is important for those who do not have the money to from a day-to-day standpoint. So the education process is important, both on the small business end and the community end, to make sure they are in lockstep with providing this green economy that they feel they're benefiting from in some form or fashion.
Great, thank you, Pedro. I'll just pause for a minute to see if either Mark or
Speaking my language
Shalea
right now.
have responses to that. Yeah.
Well, you're speaking my language. And when I did my master's program, I examined social entrepreneurship, right? Doing well and doing well financially. And the idea takes a shift in our culture, right? I want this room to understand that there's more than enough money for everyone to eat, right? There is so much money available right now. You don't have to be a prime contractor to go after it. You don't have to lead every single one, because there is so much money that even if you are a sub of a sub, you're going to make plenty. But start somewhere and get your past performance up. Treat the federal government like a bank, okay? We are risk averse. We are not going to give you the keys to the vault, right? You've got to prove to us that you can do it. People get upset with me because they say, as a small business, you're expecting me to be perfect. Yes. Yes, I am, right? I'm expecting it because I have the same expectations of some of the largest companies. Everybody in this room, myself included, would be upset if I gave money to a massive organization and they failed, right? We all know Tesla, right? We gave them $556 million of your tax money. It was a loan. They gave it all back. But understand how successful they were because of those dollars. The goal is to not give money out and to continually fail. So we have to be risk averse at every investment that we make, right? This is just the reality of the situation. But for the small businesses, I hate when people say, well, I need the barriers removed. We are not going to change the federal government overnight. But I can show you where the money is, and I can tell you how to get to it, but you still have to do the paperwork. Red tape is there for the right reasons. It's there so that I can't steal from you and no one else can. It's necessary whether you like it or not. It's just the reality of things.
Mark, do you want to jump in?
No, I think Pedro laid everything out very nicely. He's been in business in D.C. for a long time, very experienced, have a lot of respect for him, and I'm pleased to be on a panel with him.
Thank you. And Shalea, to your point on barriers to entry, because I see this at the local level with DC Green Bank's investments, and the question we ask ourselves is our capital additional? Are we supporting projects that might otherwise not get access to conventional bank capital, for instance? So, I think you're emphasizing the readiness factor as opposed to removing important parameters and structures that exist for a reason to protect the federal government's investment and the taxpayer dollars. We're trying to be bold in terms of taking on a little bit more risk to ensure that those small businesses who are on the sidelines have an entry point into the clean energy economy, but do it in a way that will help them succeed and hopefully be ready to access some of those greater opportunities for direct federal investment. As you mentioned, as a prime or a sub or a member of a coalition, there's numerous points of entry. But the way I think of it is there's this continuum, as you all have been talking about, where we can support small businesses along their journey, whether it's early stage technical assistance or that first loan that then creates an opportunity to access conventional financing or be part of a larger federal award or both, that we're trying to build those models so that small businesses can succeed, and we can also meet them where they are based on what their needs are.
And we do have programs, right, to support small businesses. So we have SBIR, STTR, these are Small Business Innovation and Research. For a small business, if you have an idea, we will fund it if it is a solution to one of the known issues that we put out. So 2 sessions ago for our release, we said we know that every second of every day there's a solar panel that's put into a landfill. We know this to be true. If you have a solution to fix that problem, and I don't mean make it for side tables, right? We would fund you. We would give you $250,000 to do some research and tell us, is it gonna work? And then when you come back to us in a year, you'd say, Shalea, I think I got it. Okay, now we're gonna talk about $1.1 to $1.6 million for the next 2 years. This is grant money to figure out if you can get your solution to commercialization. If you have an idea and it's novel and it solves an issue that we know about, we have money for that. 11 out of the 16 agencies have this exact same program. You can apply for 10 at a time. So at the same time as we are risk averse, we are willing to take a little bit of risk. The dollar threshold is smaller. We're still trying to be responsible financially to taxpayers. We have other programs that are more risky, like ARPA-E, that is really around disruptive technology. They are responsible for the longest flight of an electric plane. We made that investment. So we're talking about standing on its head in the industry. We will fund it, and then we will put you in front of private capital. So that's just 2 programs that we have. There are others.
Thank you. Each of you brings tremendous expertise at different policy levels, or engaging with different policy solutions. So I'm going to ask you to share your perspectives with each other, and continue to build on some of the points you raised, Shalea, as your office is delivering a lot of the programs and support to enable small businesses to succeed. What can policymakers at the local level and business leaders do to build on these activities to make them more effective?
Apply. Apply on time. Read what we're asking of you. I know that this sounds so simple, but I cannot tell you how many rejections we have to give because you didn't answer the question. When we put out something, we expect everything that we ask for. That's it. It's very simple. You don't have to reinvent the moon on this, guys. Tell us what you're going to do. Give us real measurements, right, so that we can go back to Congress and say, hey, we did it. That 40% of the benefit, that is really hard to measure. And so we put the onus on you as an applicant to tell us how you're going to do that. It's not easy, but you can do it. We're seeing that organizations can do it. So a large part that I tell policymakers is be realistic. Don't do pie in the sky stuff and then come up short, because then we will take the money away, right? So thinking that through, read. Everything we do comes out in writing. Don't say you didn't know, because if you signed up for a newsletter, that is the first line of communication. We're gonna send it out fair and square. So read, answer the questions, pay attention to what's happening. It is very much through network. People that know me will call. I know that Delicia is here. She calls me all the time and says, Shalea, I'm doing a thing. What do you have for me? And I will go into the systems and I'll look. It's public information. I just know where to look. So that's what I would tell policy folks.
Thank you. You need a navigator, and it sounds like that's what you're offering. Pedro, as CEO and leader in the local business community, what policies from the federal government and or the local government has been most helpful in building the clean energy economy here in the district?
Well, I think federal government and DC government kind of set the pace when I say and policymakers. They can set the bar like in Justice 40. I mean, that is a bar that's to say that if we're going to build this economy, that we're going to not leave anyone behind. We're going to make sure that the equity is there. But you need people to step up and take advantage of it. The Public Service Commission sets a bar for utilities, in that they are to spend a certain amount of their energy dollars that are really coming from taxpayers with small businesses and in communities that are underserved. But you need companies, and you need ideas within those communities that are willing to accept those dollars and opportunities, whether it's solar, whether it's the aspect of energy conservation within buildings, changing light bulbs. But they have to be educated to know to take advantage of it. And I think many times we need to get the word out. As Shalia just mentioned, the opportunities are there, but if companies and businesses or nonprofits aren't sure how to obtain it and what to do, it goes by the wayside, and not going to the equity solution that businesses are trying to make. I think DC government has done a great job in this green economy and trying to set the pace, even from bicycle lanes and trying to not that I'm in favor of it. You know,
You
it's
didn't bike
just,
here.
With somebody, if they get in my way one more, no. But it reduces gas consumption, and it's the real way that I believe that a city could step forward with its tree canopy. It's saying they're going to reduce carbon footprint by a certain year by having EV stations out there. As a business, we would, I have to admire Mark. Not only is he doing solar and started solar, it's an opportunity. He's jumped out there with it, but now he's taking it on the road and doing some things in Georgia. How often businesses are just are innovative enough to take advantage, and he's not doing it for free, but he's doing good while he's making money, and that's an important part of what I think small businesses can contribute if given the opportunity, and it takes policymakers. We talk about jobs. There's an organization most of you never heard of, Utility Diversity Council that our chairman of the Public Service Commission is involved with. But they also look at jobs for returning citizens. It's a part of the economy that if they're not working, then they're doing something else that we wouldn't want them to be doing. But what better jobs that they could be doing if they can get properly trained in this green economy, putting up solar panels or doing some things that help the economy in landscaping and other areas. So, there's a lot of opportunity. We just have to step in and match it up with our communities.
I'm excited about this bromance. Come on, Mark. Right. I love this.
Thank you, Pedro. That was you really painted a broad picture of the opportunity set right here in the district and how we find the connection points to achieve
and
the
Trish,
results.
could I, not to leave you out?
Yeah.
I mean, the Green Bank is part of that whole process where monies are available and have been made available through the government in partnership, but the money is there, but you need projects, and you need those who are familiar with it, know how to utilize it, and reach out and get the low interest loans that are available, but they have to know about it.
That's right. And you know, we're always trying to be out there in the community and working with channel partners, like in small businesses like WG Solar, and engage in the business leadership and help find the navigators in the federal government to unlock those opportunities that, you know, we all want to take advantage of to achieve the speed and scale of the solutions with the new federal investments that we have. So now is our moment. We got to meet it together and do it in a way that supports minority and small business opportunities. And that's one of the areas, since thank you for your gracious comments, Pedro, about DC Green Bank. We have a community impact initiative that's meant to go out and target small business opportunities and help as we think about building that pipeline of clean energy projects. We are deeply committed to investing in the people and the small businesses that have the solutions and help them create the access to capital that you mentioned, Shalea, as being, you know, one of the principal barriers. Not that there aren't resources out there, but it's helping to create that connective tissue to ensure that the business solutions and the emerging companies like Flywheel is an example of a solar business that we provided the first loan to. They had been turned away from 6 local banks before they found us, you know, and now they're creating a community, a hub for solar providers and installers in DC to help, you know, branch out and support their peer organizations. So that literally, like that, we're creating that flywheel effect by investing in emerging businesses in the clean energy economy. And we hope some of you in the audience are thinking about, you know, taking on that challenge or scaling your own work and ways we can partner. So Mark, I'm going to go back to you and think about, you know, as you think about when you started your business, what can the district and or federal government partners like DOE do to help people like you succeed in this space of clean energy at WG Solar?
Well, as I mentioned, the program that the DCSCU started back in 2010 or so, that was really beneficial to us, helped us to establish a footprint in the community, as well as provide funding for the projects that we were interested in doing in the community. So a lot of that stems from the federal government, but as I said before, we really do need the buy-in from the local government to make many of these programs work and to help them to be sustainable, which is what we've seen. I mean, these programs are still in place 15, 16 years later.
And what advice would you have to anyone in the audience who might be considering following a similar path to creating a small business in clean energy?
Well, I think the most important thing would be to develop a business plan. I mean, take your time, go to the library, do your research, make sure you understand how much every single screw costs, how much you're going to pay for your electric, making sure you have all of that pinpointed so that you know exactly how much to charge for the services that you're going to render. There's no shortcuts. Not only do you have to do that, but you have to have an ironclad will. Like when I started, nothing was going to stop me, and I still feel that way. Like you have to be very, very determined because you're going to come up against so many obstacles, so many barriers, so many things that would knock a normal person out. But you have to stay focused, laser focused. Anyone starting a business, get your business plan done, and no matter what happens, keep your head up and maintain in your heart that you're going to be successful. That's very important.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to shift to audience questions. So we have at least the next 10, maybe 15 minutes for Q&A. If you wouldn't mind, there's a microphone in the middle of the room. You can grab it and use it as a handheld or stand in the center. And please let us know if you could introduce yourself, ask the question, whether it's to a particular panelist or an open question for the group. We'll do our best to respond.
Andy Clancy, Emerge Alliance, which is a nonprofit for DC microgrids, not District of Columbia, direct current. Actually, I was going to make a comment that approximately 20 years ago, the wireless ISP industry was in the same boat. You had people that did not understand wireless frequencies, you didn't have a workforce, you had training issues. The one thing you have today that they didn't have is the funding. And I think one of the things that you could probably look at is from a development, secondary education, get it into the community colleges, because that's a step. I also think what's sad is that they've walked away from a lot of trade-type programs in the high school level. I've seen some STEM at elementary schools in North Baltimore County where they're just introducing just concepts of what's electricity, what's magnetism. But the bottom line is that you've got the support, but I think you've got to build that supply chain. And you got to start at least high school, get trade. And I think push on the community college, because at a community college, there is an opportunity to work, go to school, work, go to school, versus a full-time 4-year. Yeah, you've got to take the time. You can't do that. I mean, I've met friends who went through engineering school who did it. And they're amazing people. But the bottom line is you've got to build that supply chain. And I think it's doable because, but it is, and one other thing, what's sad is you got to teach direct current. We've got to get away, I mean, everybody, there's a great model of a home. And I said, is it DC current? No, it's AC. Why? You have chips and everything. You have these bricks that convert AC to DC. Get rid of the AC. But it's just, it's an education. But I think that to look at that is you've got the best opportunity because you have the funding that wasn't back then. And wireless then went over to the big players. And the small ISPs just faded away. But a technology that is something that's much needed. And I don't think you need to be a full electrician. You need to understand. You'll need the electricians in some places, but just understanding the concepts.
Thank you. I really appreciate that comment. If there's a quick response on the supply chain issues, let's go there.
So we do have an opportunity here right now. It's called the Good Jobs Opportunity. It is a prize, and we are paying for the planning and the process of figuring out in certain communities, you identify the community as the applicant, what jobs should be in your neighborhoods, coming together. We'll pay for all of that. That's not due until January 25th as an opportunity. If you're interested, let me know, and I'll send you those details. We are working on it, but it's also not necessarily our expertise. Most of what we do has been R&D for the last 20 plus years. So R&D, we're producing 25% of the nation's R&D. And so you're absolutely right. We have left the trades behind, but also the people in the trades, they didn't procreate, they didn't pass on their knowledge, and so there's a massive shortage. It's not just in the electricians, it's my plumbers, it's my welders, it's all of it. When I was teaching engineering, they loved me and they hated me, because I brought a welding company in and I said there will be no excuse. Every person in my class got a chance to weld. I had someone that wanted to be a surgeon, and they said he has the best weld I've ever seen. Can we take him? He was 16. And I was like, give him the opportunity to pursue medical school. He can do both. Why not? But there is a massive shortage. But a lot of this, we cannot wait until high school. My daughter at 3 understands potential, kinetic energy. These are simple principles. She can run around, right? She knows when to stop. And so now she's 7, and she says, Mom, I want to be an astronaut for Halloween, and I want to be a vet, and I want to be a medical doctor. Do it. Why not? But her father is teaching her how to work on engines because he started out in the mechanics world. There's nothing wrong with having the extremes of every profession. If it's available in information, absorb it. But we have to go back to being a culture of being curious and learning. Right now, we are passing tests. Doesn't work. As a nation, it does not work. Understand, when the president of India said, everyone here speaks a different language, but your second language will be coding. These kids are coding without keyboards. It is in their head. Our education system is not where it needs to be. And it is not just the systems, it is us as parents that have a responsibilities to these little ones. It's really important, so thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Thomas, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Shalea, I just wanted to maybe push on something you said about administrative
And can you
burdens.
introduce your...
Yeah, so Thomas Bartholomew with the Washington, D.C. Department of Energy and Environment. So happy that we just won a vehicle technologies grant today, so shout out to our team.
That's worthy of a round of applause right there. Thank you.
I did though want to push a little bit on what you said about administrative with regard to government, because I do think there's always this degree to which whatever we do new is still built on the old architecture that exists, right? And so I hope the federal government keeps looking at these areas in which we can make improvements, right? And one of the ones that I've been pushing for, we run a low-income solar program for DC. We have almost 10,000 subscribers. Is there's a lot of administrative data that the federal government has on low-income folks with USDA, SNAP, all that kind of stuff. And I know, because we've talked with them, the federal government hadn't really thought about how we could use that with all this new EPA money we have coming out for low-income solar to enroll folks more easily so that they don't have to provide as much income verification information. We can use our own administrative records that we actually already collect as a city on behalf of the federal government. We can make that whole process easier. So I think, while I agree, like a lot of these rules exist for a reason, sometimes they haven't always been updated with the new programs in mind and the new ideas in mind. So just wanted to make that comment.
100%, right? I'm coming from private industry, and boy, oh boy, it's slow at the federal level. I'm used to, we need to save 10 grand on a thing. Okay, reduce the paper, we'll figure it out. That is, no, I need to provide 3 letters of justification of why this makes a sense, all the things. I get it. It's so that when we have to argue of why did you do a thing, if I drop dead tomorrow, God willing I don't, somebody can say she did it for these reasons. It's all in writing. I'm with you. We also have so many laws about sharing data now that it's become really difficult to be able to use stuff that we even have on file. But I'm all for innovation. I do it all the time, and then I get in trouble later.
Thank you, Shalea. And just to build on that, from when I served in the Obama administration at HUD, where we were trying to do something similar to Thomas's point of just pre-qualifying, you know, to remove some of those obstacles so that especially for multifamily, where it was HUD-assisted housing, we already knew that certain income criteria that was a requirement for federal dollars flowing through DOE could be met and pre-cleared, that you could get some, you know, efficiencies and avoid additional burdens for the residents. So I think there's some of that we can sort of, you know, the federal government can continue to build on with past practice, where you can lean on that precedent, but make improvements along the way. So I'm sorry, want to make sure we get to more Q&A, and then we'll get back to the panel. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Suraj Taj. I am in power generation for over 30 years. So I have come from the world of thermal generation and now we're transitioning into the clean energy. So one of the things I've learned over and over in my career, and I still do, is the transition of the workforce. And the traditional workforce who actually work with their hands and the coal plants and gas plants, nuclear plants, pretty much all of them, or I would say 90% are retired, leaving a gap in the market for people who could still continue to maintain and operate this infrastructure that we have, because we can't do without it. And yes, we're moving towards the green energy. So while that gap is still viable, I have had the opportunity to interview so many new candidates coming in. And one of the primary questions they ask me is that, hey guys, this generation is retiring. Where do I see myself 20 years from now? Why should I get into a technology that is actually outdated or probably moving away from our lives? And then I need to be in an industry where 20, 30 years later, I can still be a viable person or candidate in that industry. So my question to you guys is, and to Ms. Morissette is, as from a Department of Energy, perspective, while we are in the transition, and yes, 2030, 2040, 2050 will be a totally different world, what are we doing about today in terms of having the adequate resources to keep the infrastructure still functioning at a level that it needs to be, because we all want reliable electricity. And I think COVID has proven one other point in my mind is it's taken a lot of people out of the workforce, because the people who were working while they were still 65, 70 years old, they said, you know what, nuh-uh. Whatever time I have, I would rather enjoy my life. I have put my time in. So they walked away from the industry and created a gap. And the new generation doesn't want to get into that because they don't see a future. So just wanted to hear your thoughts about how do you bridge this gap for today versus develop a workforce for tomorrow?
And Mark, maybe we could start with you on that question.
I have no idea. I'm just being totally honest. Yeah, I think you directed it. Mark said anyway.
I would
It's a big
just want to,
question.
there are folks who are at this particular conference who are trying to figure that out. This green economy, what is it, and how do I get into it? When we talk about climate change, this whole aspect and movement is going to be around for a long time. And I would say to those who are looking to get into it, there are four things that I would tell folks. First, make sure you get the educational skill sets that are related to the area you're interested in. That could be anywhere from masters to PhDs to in getting your certified environmental CEP certification or a LEED certification, to just getting involved and working, because people like Mark, they need trained personnel, and they need personnel who have the training. Second, I would say make sure once you get into it, it's a new industry, build the skills, get out there, do some work, because it's so new. The more you know more than anybody else in this industry. It's that new that the more you could suck up in terms of knowledge, you're that better off. Thirdly, I would say come to events like this. This is where people who are in the interest of the environment and energy are, and you meet people and you learn and you get networked. And finally, I would say, and this one's not for me because I come from the age of rotary phones and party lines. So, but the social media end of getting into text in terms of LinkedIn and everything else, tie into it and find people who are like-minded and can help you. If you do those four things, I think from a career standpoint, you will leapfrog a lot of other people.
I think there's two other opportunities to just address to your question. One, there's a lot of transferable skills. You said that you were in geothermal, right? So I'm thinking about folks that are down in Texas that are saying, look, I'm out of here. I'm done with Cancer Alley. I don't want to be under these conditions. They're looking at Tulsa. They're looking at other parts of the country and recognizing this is the same work. If I can do horizontal drilling out here, I can do it up here, right? And so convincing them that just because it's not oil and gas, it's totally transferable. The second part is we have a lot of female engineers that, I'll say for lack of better terms, didn't like working in engineering for certain reasons. And now that a lot of the folks are retiring, they're ready to come back. I get a lot of women that say, I'll do it now, right? So there's a shift. There's definitely a shift coming with people that said, I don't know. The other part is when I go out and I tell people what I do, I'm making energy sexy. We don't do a great job telling people the cool stuff that we do here. We have to do a better job of educating other people that have no idea what we do. How many of our partners at home know what we do? My husband does not care. He doesn't care. My mother doesn't care. They're like, yeah. Okay, sit down. Do this paperwork for me. So we have to make it cool. That's what we're missing. We don't make it attractive. We've got to do better at that. We really do. Because we're all going to pay an energy bill.
Couldn't agree more. My name is Vernon Wade, and I'm actually a graduate of UDC's Urban Sustainability School. Yes. And just wanting to draw a correlation into how to develop the workforce. There are a lot of students that are very interested in working in the industry. How do you incorporate what you're looking for into the curriculum so that students have a pathway to good high-paying jobs and opportunity?
Right. So that one I can answer. I think you would start out with a basic curriculum on electricity and how that works, and from there move on to photovoltaics and how that works, and make sure that the students have a complete understanding. We just finished a training class in Atlanta with the 5 HBCUs there, and Georgia Tech was involved as well. And it was a 4-week program. We did a program in Savannah, Returning Citizens. That was an 8-week program. So we kind of tailor our curriculums to the students that we plan to have on board. I think having someone who's worked in the industry for at least 5,000 hours, who have a PV professional training certificate to come in to do a training for a semester, let's say, which is what you'll be dealing with, and work with someone who's experienced in the industry like ourselves to develop a curriculum so that when those individuals graduate from that training program, they could go in and sit down with an employer, talk the language, understand the challenges, and kind of leapfrog ahead as to where they start, so that their salary is commensurate with their education and performance.
Outstanding. The internships are definitely needed.
Absolutely. We've had an intern. We've had an intern program for many years. Department of Labor, our training curriculum is certified through Department of Labor. We've worked with many agencies here in the District of Columbia to provide training. So we'd be happy to work with you to develop a semester curriculum for solar professionals.
Thank you.
And for my high school students, we built a grid. I showed them, just build a grid, understand what's happening in the world around you. We went outside, examined all the teachers' cars, which ones were electric, why couldn't they afford it, all the things. I had them call in a leak investigation. They were like, ma'am, what are we doing? And when the guys showed up and they were digging boreholes and figuring things out, it was great exposure. The kids really are interested if you provide them opportunity. Learning happens outside the classroom. We all remember the field trips, not anything else that we were taught in algebra.
All right, thank you. We have time for 2 more questions. So if you could keep the comments brief, and we'll get right into the Q&A, and then we'll wrap up. Thanks.
I can do this. Ernest Jolly. And first of all, I want to say this has been an outstanding day. I've been in this industry and related industries, because when I think of Department of Defense and military, we are an energy user in the Department of Energy. As Colin Powell said, people said, how do you know and deserve to be on a board of directors for an energy company? He says, because I was responsible for an army that used more energy than most cities. And so the reality is, we've been in it for 50 years. I have a couple quick thoughts I'd like to share. Number one is, perhaps we can stop thinking about either or thinking as I think my 50 years in military, education, energy, I cannot think of anything that I have learned that doesn't continue to serve me in some way. I have the pleasure of having been a plant manager for coal, gas, and oil-fired power plants. And I will tell you, what I learned there helps prepare me for the new energy age. And so I think part of it is making people feel devalued when we talk about old versus new, or when we talk about the lower end versus the higher end. The chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And so to the extent we can think about that. But the other piece I'll throw in any thoughts you have on it, and I'll sit down, is I think we have a gap in understanding fundamentals of leadership and followership. Because folks will walk in, we can teach them skills, but do we know how to lead and engage and capture their imagination? You described it, ma'am, when you talked about how you interact with your child. And I'm not saying parental versus, adolescence here, but I am talking about the fundamentals of authenticity and the way in which we engage that inspire folks. And if we can figure out as a way in which we do all of what we do with that level, I think we'll get there. Because technology and skills we can teach. But can we engage in the leadership and the followership necessary so that folks get excited about what they're doing? Just my thought.
Hello, my name is Andrew DeBraccio. I'm with the Office of the City Administrator here in the District of Columbia Government. And so I have a perhaps more philosophical question. In terms of green jobs specifically, I take a pretty expansive view of it. I think if you can kind of justify in some vague way, shape, or form, for instance, I think housing development. If you are building housing here in the city that enable people to live in a walkable community, perhaps ditch their car. Pedro, I'm sorry, I'm one of those cyclists that probably cuts you off. Right, I would actually say bike mechanic. That's a green job, right? You're enabling people to get out of cars and into a more sustainable mode of transportation. So I guess the question is, does it matter where we draw the line of what's a green job? Should we draw the line? Just trying to help me kind of work through that would be helpful.
So we sort of treat those jobs like energy adjacent. So the same way that we feel that everybody's going to pay an energy bill at one point in their life, it's the same. Everything requires energy, even now our electric bikes, right? So I'm all for it until we start to unionize with these jobs. There's a green union coming. I've talked to people about it. They want to do this. And it's actually a group of black men. It's unheard of to do it now, to say that an electrician in clean energy is not in IBEW. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. But when you start to think about the other areas and dividing and conquering this whole clean energy thing, that's when we start to get real heavy into dollars and cents. That's what's going to lead you to whether or not it qualifies as a clean energy job, green job. Yeah.
Just a short comment. You're a bike rider, and it's interesting. You're saying, where do you draw the line? Those construction workers that built out the lanes and painted and so forth, do you say, would they have been doing that if it wasn't for sustainability and clean energy? So those jobs were created because of this green economy. So it extends quite far. Some of the things that we were doing with changing LED lights, we had support groups, we had people collecting in the warehouse, and so all those jobs were created as a result of that process. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Do you draw the line, or is just you just build that and expand that even further to be more inclusive? I think we want to be more inclusive.
And I would just add, I think, it's great to have a more expansive set of green jobs numbers, or at least be thinking along those lines around the, just as you described earlier, Pedro, as we look at the range of opportunities for small businesses, it doesn't fall neatly in the solar or green construction boxes anymore. We often see a mix on a green investment that DC Green Bank will support, where there's EV charging infrastructure, there's a green retrofit, there's an opportunity for on-site or community solar. And so it is about, I think, going back to this, like, how do we stay curious, engaged, and think about solutions in a comprehensive way? The same holds true for how we're measuring the success of the clean energy economy in terms of creating that multiplier effect of successful solutions that we can measure in terms of both the climate and community impacts, and being able to sort through the data. We rely on the clean energy jobs reports that DOE puts out every year. I think that's a good one to examine sector by sector analysis, but it's also a challenge and a charge, I think, in your comment for all of us to be looking at, this is an ecosystem. And so how are we going to do our part to capture the value of these investments and track the real impact in terms of benefits, meaningful benefits to the community, and job creation or job preservation. So with that, we are out of time. I want to thank my amazing panel. This was a great conversation. Thank you all so much. And thank you to the audience for sticking around for some additional Q&A, and for the DC Public Service Commission for hosting this amazing Clean Energy Summit.
Hello, everyone. We need to set up for our next panel, so thank you so much. If you can take your seat or you can take your conversations out into the lobby, but we need to go ahead and start with our next, yeah, I'm looking at you, no, but we need to go to our next panel, so thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Commissioner Richard Beverly, and it's a pleasure to be with you here today. Whatever ill effects you think are or are not attributable to fossil fuels, it is indisputable that we will either run out of them or they will cease to be available to us at anywhere near a reasonable cost. If we don't transition to renewable clean energy, we will simply run out of sufficient energy to power our world. The district has ambitious goals to get ahead of the problem. To discuss our status in this transition to the future, I'm turning the microphone over to my former colleague, Patrice Hunter, to introduce the distinguished members of our final panel. And just as one thing, I know that Patrice is moving on to a new job, and if she would, as her first thing, tell us where she's going.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. As Commissioner Beverly, thank you, Commissioner Beverly, mentioned, I am Patrice Jones-Hunter. I am former Managing Director of State Regulatory Affairs at the Edison Electric Institute. Prior to joining EEI, I worked at Deloitte doing international energy reform. And prior to that, I worked at the DC Public Service Commission as the Chief of Policy and Development. My new role, which I start on Friday, is the National Policy and Advocacy Director for Con Edison in New York. So I will still be based here in DC, so I'm sure I'll still see some familiar faces. As you know, this industry is very small, so you won't not see me around. I'll still be at many of the summits and engagements, and looking forward to leading this amazing discussion today with these esteemed panelists. So want to just kick us off, and this is a very timely and necessary dialogue on the future of clean energy in the District of Columbia. So I do want to start with setting the stage a bit. There are currently about 24 states plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico with 100% clean energy goals. These states comprise about 53% of the US population. Clean electricity is a cornerstone of broader decarbonization and rapid decarbonization of the power sector, which is a critical strategy for meeting the nation's climate goals of reducing economy-wide greenhouse gases 50 to 52% below 2005 levels in 2030. On the way to net zero economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions by no later than 2050. Power sector decarbonization is especially important because beneficial electrification, when paired with clean electricity, can decarbonize large parts of the transportation, buildings, and industrial sectors. Recognizing the key role of the power sector in overall decarbonization and other key benefits, the United States has set a goal of 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by 2035. Recent DOE reports indicate that the U.S. power sector has made significant progress over the last 15 years in reducing carbon emissions, driven by technological change, state and federal policy, and other factors, with clean electricity already contributing more than 40% of America's power generation. Today, with low-cost clean power supply options broadly available in the country, confronting both the climate crisis and energy security concerns, we have the ability and motivation to rapidly accelerate clean power deployment. As H.G. Chisel, who's still here, mentioned, giant promises. So we are all in Washington, D.C., and we're very familiar with the D.C. Clean Energy Omnibus Act, which set a very ambitious clean energy goal and ranks quite favorably in terms of its commitments. Often recognized as a leader in clean energy initiatives, particularly among urban areas. While it is an aggressive timeline, it has comprehensive policies, and it places it among the one of the top regions in the US for a clean energy leader. In August 2024, a Gallup poll ranked the top sustainable cities in Washington, D.C., I don't know if you know this, Nick, led the pack in the Northeast as an urban community. So this brings me to our discussion today. We have several prominent key leaders right here to my left, and I'll actually kick us off first with Dr. Nick Berger, who is the Deputy Director of Energy Administration at the Department of Energy and Environment. He was previously a senior economist at the RAND Corporation and the director of RAND's Washington office. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of California at Santa Barbara. At DOEE, he leads a team that is working to improve the district's building energy efficiency, access to renewable energy, and clean transportation options. His team designs and implements a range of programs that make energy cleaner and more accessible for district residents. Directly to my left, we have Sandra Madavu-Fry, who leads the Office of the People's Counsel for the District of Columbia as the statutory advocate representing DC consumers of natural gas, electric, water, and local telephone services. Attorney Madavu-Fry is serving her fourth, that's amazing. We have to give her a hand clap on that. And she loves it, she says. It's amazing. Her fourth-year term appointment as People's Counsel following renomination by Mayor Muriel Bowser and unanimous confirmation by the DC Council in March 2024. Now, we know how hard that is, so congratulations on that. During her more than 30-year career with OPC, Madavu-Fry has worked to ensure ratepayers have safe, affordable, reliable, and equitable utility and energy services. Now, to the third to my left, we have Mr. Rodney Adoy, who is the Senior Vice President of Governmental, Regulatory, and External Affairs at Pepco Holdings, a subsidiary of Exelon, the nation's largest transmission and distribution utility company. In his role, Rodney leads the company's political, policy, and regulatory and community impact activities across Pepco Holdings through three local energy companies, Atlantic City Electric, Delmarva Power, and Pepco, which proudly serves more than 2.1 million customers and covers nearly 10,000 square miles, including southern New Jersey, Delaware, northern Maryland, and its suburbs in the District of Columbia. Rodney has over 20 years of experience in the energy industry, previously serving at Pepco Holdings' sister utility, Baltimore Gas and Electric, for 18 years in various roles, including Customer Operations, Director of Finance, and Director of Electric Operations. Thank you, Rodney. And last but certainly not least, Jim Steffes is the Senior Vice President of Public Policy, Regulatory Affairs, and Rates and Supply for Washington Gas Light. In his role, Mr. Steffes is responsible for establishing and delivering the company's government relations, public policy, regulatory and rate priorities across Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and leading the team responsible for acquiring and supplying natural gas to its customers. Throughout his career, Mr. Steffes has demonstrated a strong track record of bringing people together to achieve a strategic mission that serves customers and stakeholders well. His experience supports the company's focus on driving operational excellence, delivering exceptional service, and preparing for a lower carbon energy future. So with that, let's get started. So Nick, I want to start with you. Earlier, just a few seconds ago, I mentioned the DC Clean Energy Omnibus Act, through which DOEE has been instrumental in guiding the district's transition to a clean energy future. Since the passage of the DC Clean Energy Omnibus Act in 2018, what significant milestones have been achieved?
Well, thank you so much, Patrice, and great to be with all the panelists up here, and great to see everyone, and thank you to the PSC for inviting me here today. You know, there's a lot that's happened. I've only been at DOE for 2 years, and there's a lot that's happened in the 2 years that I've been here. So going all the way back to 2018, I think some of the main achievements that we've seen in the district that have really set the stage for us to be that kind of nation-leading urban environment when it comes to energy really stem from how we think about energy use in the district. And then from there, how we go about addressing energy use, improving efficiency, cleaning our grid, cleaning our buildings. So I'm sure everyone in this room has heard someone, maybe me, say before that 75% of our greenhouse gas emissions in DC come from our buildings. So that's kind of one of the unique things about being in an urban area. If you go to a different state, you go to a Washington state or a Michigan, you're going to see industrial emissions. You're going to see a lot of cars and vehicles driving emissions. But in the district, it's really our buildings. So that's where we start. We start with our principal program to drive up energy efficiency in our buildings, which is our BEPS program, the Building Energy Efficiency Program Standards. And that program has really seen amazing success in its first cycle. So we're getting toward the nearish end of our first BEPS cycle where, you know, somewhere in the order of 1,000 buildings need to make some investments, and they need to drive down the energy they're using and drive up their efficiency. And we've seen buildings commit to pathways at really incredible levels. 90% of buildings, very close to our deadline last year, sort of told us how they were going to chart their path to become cleaner and more efficient. We've seen increasing rates of reporting and our clean energy use, or sorry, energy use generally through our benchmarking program. This year we dropped the threshold so that somewhat smaller buildings have to start kind of accounting for their energy and reporting that, and we've seen really good response to that. So I think the BEPS program has been a tremendous success. Now we'll see in about 2 years, you know, how we do once we do the accounting. Did we save the energy we thought we were going to save? But if the BEPS program does what it's supposed to do, and I think it will, that's going to take a major bite out of our carbon emissions. If we then flip over to the remaining energy that we use, the remaining 25% comes mostly from vehicles, cars, and then a little bit from some other stuff. So we've got folks that are working very closely with our partner agencies like DDOT to think about how do we clean our vehicles. And that's not just EVs, although it is EVs. EVs are really important. It's also getting people onto metro and buses and bikes and walking and e-bikes, and we're doing that. We made some really great headway in making it easier to get around the district in a way that pollutes the air less. And I think the last thing I'd highlight is really our success around our Solar for All program. So, you know, if you've been paying attention to federal funding, and we'll probably come back to that, you know, the EPA has released this massive greenhouse gas reduction fund, and $7 billion of that goes to what it's calling Solar for All. Well, the district's had a Solar for All program for years, where we take revenue that comes in that the PSC administers, and then we invest that in solar facilities throughout the district, small ones, big ones, really big ones, and then we channel those benefits to low-income households. And so over the last, I don't know, 6 or 7 years, we've built 40 megawatts of solar power in the district through this program that's providing about $5 million a year in benefits to low-income residents. It's cutting their energy bills. So it's that combination of reduce the energy we use, mostly in our buildings, a little bit in our vehicles, and then for the energy that's left, let's make it green. Let's convert it to solar power and other clean energy that comes in through our grid. So those are the achievements I think we're really proud of.
No, that's great. And it definitely takes a collaborative effort. And so that collaboration does include the DC Public Service Commission, the Office of the People's Counsel, and especially PEPCO DC and Washington Gas. So Rodney, I actually want to direct the next question to you. PEPCO DC established a Pathway to Clean strategy to reduce PEPCO's carbon footprint and help DC achieve its climate goals. Can you tell us, not just me, a little more about the Pathway to Clean and how it aligns with DC's very ambitious goals?
Yes, certainly. Good afternoon and congratulations as you move on to your next endeavor. I want to thank the Public Service Commission, Chair Thompson, Commissioner Beverly, Commissioner Treby for bringing us together and your entire staff. I think this topic is front and center, and certainly with my fellow panelists as well too, lending their voice to this conversation. With regards to your question specifically around our own commitments at PEPCO and more broadly Exelon. So Exelon, as you noted, is the largest utility by customer count in the country. And if you consider our footprint, we're in some of the most major urban centers, right? We're here in the District of Columbia, serving the nation's capital. We're in Chicago, we're in Philly, we're in Baltimore, right? Those are major, highly dense urban centers. And so in 2021, we established our Path to Clean goal. And essentially what the Path to Clean goal is that we've made a commitment to reduce our operations greenhouse gas emissions by 50% in 2030, and we want to be net zero by 2050. How do we plan together? I think everyone needs to really look inside their own home first, their own kind of walls. And so when you consider our plan to get there, our buildings, as Nick mentioned, is a huge area. How we essentially ensure that we're reducing the carbon footprint of the buildings. If you consider here in the District of Columbia, we have quite a few buildings that we occupy. And so making sure that we're transitioning those buildings in as quick a manner as we can is top of priority for us. Also, if you consider, we don't have it here in the district, but across the PEPCO Holdings portfolio, we have a little bit of gas. And so updating or upgrading the infrastructure there as well, because leaks can impact that greenhouse gas emission, and I'm sure my colleague here will speak a little bit about their efforts in that domain as well too. But most importantly is our fleet. And so every time you experience a power interruption, hopefully it's not often, and if it occurs, we restore it in a timely manner. Trucks roll out, and if you look at our fleet at PEPCO, we have everything from light duty, medium duty to heavy duty trucks. So we have inspectors who drive around and inspect facilities. They're typically driving around in regular pedestrian-like vehicles. These are small, right? And so hopefully what you're seeing on the streets in DC are EVs. We have Ford Mach-E's that we use as well. So we're steadily converting our fleet. The medium duty, as I referenced, these are the pickup trucks, right? They're not the really big, heavy equipment, but we need to transport material. In one of my previous roles, as you noted, I ran distribution operations for Baltimore Gas and Electric. And we have a role that we call, they're runners. They essentially run equipment to jobs or between jobs. When the crew's on a job and, for example, they forgot to bring something to the job, they need someone to bring it out to the job. And so you're doing that using pickup trucks. And so converting the pickup trucks as the technology, as the EV technology matures, and you have more efficiencies with batteries, you'll start to see more of that on the road. And then the heavy duty, this is where I think there's quite a bit of innovation that still needs to occur. These are our class 44, class 45 bucket trucks. These are the big things, right? Tandem axle trucks. When our service operators come out and they go to restore power, they're driving these pickup trucks. I mean, these bucket trucks, excuse me. They've got a boom on it, right? That boom is what you use to essentially reach the power lines, which are typically at the top of the pole for safety reasons. That boom is using energy from the truck. So the technology, although it's come a long way, hasn't come all the way because you still need power to really control that bucket. And then when you have the tandem axles, which are the really big items that we use for heavy construction and maintenance and the transmission work, there's more work to be done there by way of batteries. But our goal really is to essentially transition our fleet, back to the point that has been made, to electric, and we're very aggressive with that. The last domain I'll note is in our equipment. And so here in the district, over the past 10 years, we've invested quite considerably in what we call the capital grid. And so what we didn't have before here in the district was a networked transmission system that was highly resilient. And what we've done over the past several years is invest a considerable amount of resources, capital into the grid. We've built very hardened substations that network these transmission facilities because what you also had with the legacy system were substation circuit breakers, and I'm getting a little geeky on you because I'm an engineer too inside. But SF6, or sulfur hexafluoride, is a gas that in pretty legacy substations is used to extinguish an arc when those breakers operate. In upgrading the substations here in the district, we've been able to also transition some of those breakers that emit this SF6 gas into the atmosphere away. So these are a few of the areas that we're really leaning into and we're highly proud of. And a lot more work to be done, candidly speaking, but we're on the right trajectory.
Thank you for that, Rodney, and thanks for the engineering lesson as well. Just including that. Jem, so want to turn to you. I know Washington Gas also established its initial climate business plan years ago and updated that with other plans and strategies in support of the district's climate action goals. Can you walk us through the program and how it aligns with DC's goals?
Sure. Again, Patrice, thank you for having this commission. Chairman, thank you for running this event, and I appreciate being up here with this, my co-panelists. So a number of years ago, Washington Gas did commit to filing a district-specific climate business plan aligned with our vision to supporting our customers and our communities as they progress down their path towards a decarbonized future. The climate business plan was really built around three key areas that I'll talk about more as we get into the conversation, but I'll just high level give you those thoughts. The first is, and it's something we heard from PEPCO, infrastructure and operations. What are we doing to make sure that we're running the cleanest we can operate? And how do we make sure our infrastructure doesn't leak? And that's really aligned with getting rid of our Scope 1 activity and making sure that we're addressing that, what we can control. Two, we looked at sourcing and supply. There are tools today that we're seeing across the country, renewable natural gas, biomethane, certified natural gas. I won't get into it, but potentially hydrogen, which we need to be thinking about. These are ready and available today to create an environment where customers can have energy and heat in the uses they want without any change in appliances or activities to allow them to use newer and alternative forms of energy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. Jim?
Okay. Yeah, I think that we'll move to the next question.
Okay. This is a very passionate topic for everyone here as district residents. So I do want to move over to customers with you, Sandra. Hopefully safe topic here. Customers have been the focal point throughout today's summit discussion. We've heard it through all the various panels. So as the People's Council, your office plays a critical role in the district's clean energy future. By representing the interests of customers, how does the Office of the People's Council ensure that the voices of residential and small business customers are represented effectively?
Well, first of all, thank you for this panel. It is critically important. Thank you for the panel. Is that better? Well, again, thank you for this panel. It is critically important that we hear from consumers, all consumers. We have strived to engage and empower consumers because too often we have these discussions, we have forums, we have meetings, but the community, the public, the community, they're not at the table. And if they're not on the table, I assure you that we are not going to meet our really aggressive goals. They need to be a part of the process. They need to be a part of the regulatory thinking. They need to be heard. What we do is to try and engage them, to make certain that they are educated on the facts, on the regulatory process itself, so that they can have the information to make reasonable decisions and to ensure that they have the opportunity to come before the commission or other regulatory bodies or even the utilities with consistent education. We also go into the communities. We are there on a day-by-day basis, and that is part of what I consider one of the most critical roles of OPC, because not only do we educate them and try and empower them, we listen. We listen to what they have to say. We listen to the way they articulate their concerns. And from that, we can make policy. And with the policies that we give or present to the commission, they have to reflect what the community is saying. It's going to be a long haul, and it's going to be expensive. But it's something that we have to do. It's something that we must definitely put our hearts in, do whatever is necessary to make this happen.
Thank you, Sandra. So I want to stay with you for just another question before we pivot. So an aspect of your mission, right, is to advocate for climate change policies that transition the district to a clean energy economy, while also advocating for safe and reliable quality utility service. Can you walk us through how OPC advocates for equitable policies that address disparities in access to clean, reliable, and affordable energy and align with the district's energy climate goals?
Yes, I can. First of all, equity is always a part of what we do. And we view it through the prism of how it's going to impact our consumers. One of the things that we do, again, and this is going to be a common theme because it is so important, of communicating with the consumers, listening to what they have to say, and registering their concerns with the Public Service Commission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and any other forum who's making decisions. We do it, when we go out, we do it in various ways. We have forums. We've had 3 community-oriented forums in the last year and a half. One was a youth forum in educating young people about clean energy and what their role is and how it impacts their lives, because obviously they're going to be the inheritors of whatever we do, whether it is a good thing or whether it is a bad thing. So we wanted to make certain that we start with them. We've also had, most recently, a workshop, an environmental justice workshop, where we again touched base with and educated high school students from Anacostia High School, Banneker High School, and several other schools. And it was very, very interesting just to see their enthusiasm and to hear the questions that they raised. What is it, they want to know, what is this about? They've heard things, but they don't know exactly how to understand it. And I would suggest to you that we have to begin to talk to them in language that they understand. Everyone here knows all about decarbonization and microgrids and things of that nature, anything more than 3 syllables. But they don't. And they need to know that, and they need to know that it's not something foreign, but that it's something that will impact their lives and their grandchildren's lives. So we do that through, through forums. We go into the communities, we work with them. We have, and as a result of many of the petitions that we filed with the commission are the result of the information that we get in the communities. We filed an interconnection petition with the commission, and that was generated by consumers coming to us and say, oh, forget it. I had to wait 15 months to get my solar panel installed. And literally, this gentleman, who is an intelligent Ward 3 gentleman, he said he was tired. I'm not going to do it. And that was after 15 months. Now, multiply that by the number of consumers that we have. And I ask you, how is that going to result in achieving the clean energy goals that we want to achieve? And I personally I know that, and I support freedom of speech. I support people coming and airing their grievances. But we need to get to them before they get to that stage. We need to make it not an issue, because they know, one, that we are working together, and two, they are educated. It can't be an afterthought. Equity can't be an afterthought. It has to be in the forefront. And we give lip service to it, but we don't effectuate it. And what we're doing at the Office of People's Counsel is trying to take a ground level look. Okay, what can we do to make it happen? How can we address affordability? What are the requirements to make certain that everyone is blessed with clean energy and also understands how to get there? We, gas, PEPCO, and the Energy Office, and certainly OPC, we hear the question, okay, what is it in for me? Now, we're asking to change customer behavior, which we all know is a difficult thing to do. So when you go, consumers want to know, well, why should I turn down my thermostat? Why should I put on a solar panel? Why do I need an EV? You have to tell them how that is going to hopefully lower their costs in the long run, and two, clean the energy that is polluting us and is dangerous to our children and their children. It's a give and take, but we need to make certain that they understand that.
Thank you for that, and completely agree with you. Affordability, reliability, resilience, and security. It's really, really important through this transition. So I do want to pivot back to you, Jim. So Jim, I think we're safe. I think it's okay. Jim, as of late, it has been very difficult to discuss ambitious clean energy goals without a concurrent discussion on energy security and reliability. What role does Washington Gas play in ensuring energy security and reliability for district customers now and also in the future?
So I think it's a very critical question we have to think about. And I'll just, as a way of ground, I'll just give one data point to sort of put the scale of the energy system, at least from our side, from Washington Gas side. On the coldest day, we will deliver across our system 2 billion our plan is to do over 2 billion cubic feet of natural gas. And so I was trying to say, how do I put that term in something that someone can understand? So I did what I always do at this point. I go to ChatGPT, and I say ChatGPT and AI. I'm going to say AI and data centers because we need to put those into the room, I think, now if we're talking about energy security and energy reliability. So I said, ChatGPT, I'm not the best prompt engineer, how would I communicate to BCF? And ChatGPT said, well, I would use this reference. And so I'm not using this, wouldn't put this on the record in a case, but I will use this here and give appropriate commentary to ChatGPT. Think about, that is 20,000 hot air balloons. So when you think about going into wherever you've seen 15 hot air balloons, the amount of natural gas that comes on the coldest day to our system, one day, is 20,000 hot air balloons. So not one day, but the second day and the third day and the fourth day. So when you think about energy security and energy reliability for this community, realize that we have built a system that will deliver that amount of energy day in, day out, independent of how cold it gets and how snowy it gets and how icy it gets. That's what an underground system gives you. To compare that amount of energy is 2.5 times the amount of energy the electric system delivers on the hottest day. So I think we need to be thinking in those terms. I don't know if that, again, I'm giving ChatGPT that qualification, but I think those are the concepts we have to understand.
Excuse me, ma'am. We have heard 2 times today from Extension DC. We appreciate your viewpoints, and thank you, but the conference must resume.
They advocated tooth and nail. All their lobbying funds, the funds that we pay using our customer.
Thank you for your comments.
The Healthy Homes Act, they're against it, and we understand that we cannot trust these guys. That he's going to sit here and talk about biomethane and other alternative.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
There's no space for methane in the clean energy future. There should not be space for methane at a clean energy summit, and we understand that we cannot trust anything this guy says, and we need to transition off of methane, electrify DC today, and we need to stop letting these people tell us.
Thank you.
All right, Jim.
Maybe we should let Pepco talk some
No.
more.
Well, I'm getting to
just
Rodney
as an
next.
let's go right to Rodney.
All right. Blame ChatG. You know what? That's a good idea. So, Rodney, I did want to ask you a similar question, but I also wanted to piggyback off of what Sandra said in terms of, how we talk about the clean energy transition in layman's terms, right? Making it understandable to the average customer. And so would love for you to just talk through, your distribution electric utility. What is the role of Pepco DC in meeting the climate goals in a deregulated market? And if you also do want to talk about energy security and reliability, please feel free to lean in on that as well.
Yeah, certainly. Can you hear me? Okay. That's a multifaceted question, but I'll take this approach. And when you consider the use of the word layman's term, we've heard green jobs today, green economy. I have three sons, 17-year-old, a 13-year-old, and an 8-year-old. Things have to be quick, and they have to be very digestible. It can't be too complicated. And so at Pepco, our goal really is to educate the consumer. So we're highly aligned. Sandra's points around listening to the consumer, making sure that you fully appreciate where they stand on the matter, and then crafting solutions that take into account that feedback. We are highly engaged in DC with regards to some of our community work. And, I'd like to say that at Pepco, electricity is what we do, but it's not who we are, right? It's the entry point into our community. But who we are really is all the work we're doing with our infrastructure academy, our STEM programs, our K through 12 programs. I think here in the district we have one of the best programs when it comes to training the future generation for the energy sector. And so how you break down this very complex industry into terms that can translate or relate to young people, I think is very important. You know, my 17-year-old, I can call him upstairs in his room with the door closed and he won't pick up. But if I text him, I literally get a response before I hit send. And so and just to the point made about energy and how it manifests itself in the district. So we recently had an outage in my home, and the Wi-Fi went out. Right? The Wi-Fi went out. This was a weekend. The Wi-Fi went out. My wife and I were in the kitchen, and as soon as that Wi-Fi went out, who joined us in the kitchen? Our children. Because everything in the house is now off of Wi-Fi. Our TV is off of Wi-Fi because we use YouTube TV. They join us in the kitchen. And a switch went off at that point with my kids. They appreciated the significance of the energy because the lack of it manifested itself in us not having Wi-Fi, them not being able to use the TV, and heaven forbid, my son not being able to charge his iPhone. So I think, you know, at Pepco and Exelon, our work is really in not only educating, but equipping and arming our customers and our communities with technology. So we see ourselves as a technology company. We happen to deliver electricity through wires by way of electrons, but we're really a technology company. Really working to deliver solutions through our customer platforms so our customers can use energy more efficiently. Our work with DOE and DCSCU around the energy efficiency programs, I think those are critical, right? And like energy efficiency, and most of our jurisdictions are going through a transformation of those programs. We're shifting from kilowatt hours to GHG reductions and what that means for our customers. And so I really believe that in our company, we're leaning into this space. And to Sandra's point, we're doing so in spaces where people may not necessarily be thinking about it. I love the previous panelists. And by the way, this whole summit, I think, has been harmonized so nicely together because each panel kind of feeds off of each other. So I was sitting there listening to the previous panel. I was like, damn, I need to be on that panel. Because they were talking about jobs, and the one panelist referenced that in some communities, people don't even have time to think about green spaces. Because what is the issue around the dinner table is food. It's groceries. If there's a vehicle, notice I said if there's a vehicle in the house, it's gas, right? So energy dependence or independence isn't even in the equation. And guess what? Because it's not even in the equation for those families, it's not in the equation for the children in those families. I don't know about all of you, but a lot of what I learned when sitting around the dinner table with either mom or dad and ear hustling on what they were talking about. Notice I said ear hustling because sometimes you weren't supposed to be listening when you were sitting at the table, right? And so the same thing we've said about finances and how children learn about financial security. You can say the same thing about energy. And so if your parents or the people who are key in your life are not talking about those things around you, you don't learn about it. And so we see that as a huge opportunity at Pepco and at Exelon. Our work we're doing in equity is all around that. So I'll stop there.
Awesome. No, that was great. And I also have 3 sons, so I get it. I may not see them for a whole weekend. So Nick, on the topic of energy equity, I guess with the collective understanding of all the conversations that we've heard today, HG moderated an amazing panel. He actually walked around like you made it very intimidating for me, HG, with your talk show kind of panel. But I think that we can top that, Nick, with your response. Just really walking through how important energy equity is to ensuring that the benefits of the district's energy transition are distributed fairly across all wards. What considerations is DOE taking to guarantee that the district's clean energy transition is equitable and accessible to low-income communities? And second part to the question, have there been any assessments that evaluate the equity impacts of current policies in the district?
So at DOE, we think a lot about equity, and we sort of talk about it in, I know it sounds cliche, but sort of every day in like all that we do. What I mean by that is when we think about this energy transition, like so many other transitions, it's often disadvantaged communities that are left out of that transition, right? They're not brought along, and then they're caught sort of flat-footed a generation down the line, holding often the sort of damaging benefits, or sorry, damaging costs of, you know, what came before. So you have communities where there was an industrial transition, and that generated a lot of wealth for the people who owned that industry and for the communities around it, but it left behind a legacy of pollution, and we want to avoid that this time around. So how are we doing that? One of the ways we're doing that is that every program we do, we try to start by thinking about how do we drive these benefits toward the district residents that are the most likely to be left behind, that have the least resources to sort of get on that train today. Some examples of that, I talked about the Solar for All program. That is an equity-focused program. Those benefits accrue to households in the district that earn less than 80% of the area median income, right? That's who gets to benefit from that program. Because we know that wealthy residents in the district who can afford to buy solar are going to buy solar. They are doing it, right? And our colleagues at OPC are helping make sure that they can do it in an efficient, expedient way, but they're doing it. So we need to make sure that the households that don't have the cash to spend on an expensive solar system that is honestly going to pay them back multiple times over the life of that system, but they can't afford the upfront cost, making sure they're part of that benefit pool. So Solar for All, as I mentioned in the first question, has made great strides. Right now, we're thinking about how do we work with the residents of the district who, again, stand to benefit from this electrified pathway that we all headed down. Like, that is where we are going. We have district laws that tell us we have to electrify. We have technologies that are enabling that transition. And we have households that are voluntarily and enthusiastically swapping out their appliances for new electric appliances because they know it's better, safer, healthier, and will save them money. So we're trying to make sure, again, that residents of the district that don't have as much money to spend on those upfront investments can still be brought along on this transition. So we're doing that through programs like the Affordable Home Electrification Program and the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator. Both programs run with our colleagues at the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and they make electrification free and accessible for income-qualified households. Whether you live in a single-family home, or you rent a single-family home, or you live in a multifamily building as a condo owner or as an apartment renter, you are eligible, if you're income qualified, for one of these programs, and we'll make sure that you get to benefit from electrification in pace with the rest of your community. And one of the reasons that's really important is because as much as those programs help overcome that short-term cost, that initial investment of spending $1,000 or $2,000 on a new water heater or $10,000 on a new heating and cooling system, those systems are going to benefit you long term, because as more and more households choose to electrify, we are going to have the cost of the remaining gas infrastructure sort of increasingly flow to a smaller and smaller group of people. And we can manage that as a community, and that's what we're working with our partners at the utility to think through the strategies over the next couple of decades about how we navigate that. But we don't want low-income households to be sort of the last ones off that system and be the ones facing the highest cost of managing through that transition. So that's one set of things we're doing. I want to emphasize that some tools that we're getting from the federal government are going to help us do this. So the district's getting $60 million from the Inflation Reduction Act to do beneficial electrification through the two programs that I mentioned a moment ago for building and for home electrification. We're getting about $62 million through the EPA's Solar for All program. We're going to deploy those funds with our colleagues at the DCSEU, the DC Green Bank, I'm looking at Tricia, so that as we electrify households, and in most cases what we see from our data is when we electrify a household, their energy costs don't really shift much. Maybe they go down a little bit, maybe they stay the same, but in some cases they do go up a little bit. And if we pair that electrification with the benefits of solar, then we are ensuring that over the long run, that household is seeing a net reduction in the cost of energy for their home, and that's really important. So that's one thing we're doing. You asked about assessments. One example I'll give of the assessments that we are doing currently, or we have done, is the DOE runs a program, we've been running it for a couple of years, called the Racial Equity Impact Assessment Program. And this is where we sit down through a structured process with our team, and we look at the programs we do through the lens of equity, through the lens of financial equity and through, obviously, racial equity. And we ask ourselves tough questions about, are we designing the programs in the way that make them most accessible for those households, again, who are the ones who tend to be left out of these transitions? And so we went through that process with the federal funds that we're going to be deploying through our electrification programs and sort of made sure that all the ways that which we can make those programs easier and more accessible. The panel this morning talked about making sure that it's not that we're thinking about these programs from the perspective of the resident. As you approach the program as a resident, how is it easy for you? Are the forms simple? Are there minimal forms? If there's an income qualification requirement, how do we do that without making you jump through a bunch of hoops and fill out forms in triplicate and go get something notarized? Those are all things that we as an agency can do to make our programs better, and those are the ways through this racial equity impact assessment that we've looked at our electrification programs and tried to improve them and sort of align them with the broader goals of racial equity that the mayor's office is really pushing us as agencies to achieve.
Hey, Patrice, if I could just click onto something, since electrification has been noted so often here, is that, and that only works with great partnerships, right? Because in order for PEPCO to plan for that, there needs to be good understanding as to where the electrification is going to occur, right? You can't just throw it all on at the same time. It has to be really planful. And then when you layer in solar, and I'd like to say that I think DC has one of the best solar programs in the country. The Solar for All program, I think, is top tier. And we actually promote it in other excellent jurisdictions. It's that good. It's not perfect in terms of the interconnection processes, and working with the Public Service Commission and our partners to continue to improve those processes so that we don't stymie the ability to interconnect DER on the grid. But I wanted to just click on the point that it only works if there's really tight and close coordination. That's coming from an engineer's perspective, being able to engineer the grid, knowing where the load's going to come on, doing all the studies, and being able to make sure that it's seamless in. I'm very excited about the continued partnership, I'll say, between us and all the other stakeholders in the district.
I know I just droned on, but give me just 10 more seconds. I just want to say I could not agree more. And I think it's worth emphasizing to everyone here that we have, we're going to go through this transition over the next 3 decades. And we're going to arrive at the back end of it. And it's going to happen. We are going to achieve the energy goals. We might achieve them a little faster or a little more slowly. The thing that will really vary and we will look back on and feel good about or sort of regret, I think, is going to be how much it cost us to get there. And the coordination that Rodney's talking about is what's really going to drive that cost. If the utilities and the government are working together to think about how do we move this system block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, feeder by feeder, pipe by pipe, so that we are thoughtfully sort of drawing down infrastructure that we know is sort of on its way to be retired, that we don't need to pay for anymore, upgrading infrastructure that we need to upgrade, but avoiding upgrades to all of it where we can use innovative things like battery systems or bringing solar online strategically so that we avoid investment that we don't want, no one wants to dig up the ground unnecessarily. Doing that in a coordinated way is going to drive the cost, and that's what we're going to look back on and say, gosh, we really nailed that, or boy, we could have saved ourselves a lot of money. And we're at the moment right now where I think we really have to figure out, are we headed down the path of really successful coordination, and how do we improve upon what we've already built?
Can I just,
That's great. Sorry, Jim.
Go ahead, Sandra,
sorry.
please.
One of the points that I wanted to make is another road to success will be integrating the climate plans of the utilities. You know, right now we have a conflict. You have Washington Gas, who wants to continue to live to provide gas, and we have PEPCO wanting to promote electrification. And the policy that drives that is that ultimately we are going to have to move toward electrification. As was mentioned, those are going to be stranded costs to the extent that Washington Gas is no longer in business or providing a lower business. How are we going to deal with that? How are we going to, one, quantify it prospectively? And I guess that goes to what both Nick and Rob were saying, that we really can't project with certainty, but we have to move in a direction of, you know, what could happen. And the goal should be, you know, effective, and there are ways of doing it. We can do it through rate design, looking at options for progressive taxes, for making consumers, you know, changing the rate for consumers, expanding on the residential discount programs, which, you know, everyone that's in the DC Regulatory Commission, we are, you know, just offended by the lack of participation by consumers within these excellent programs. You know, so that goes back again to my communicating with consumers. But more importantly, it means that the regulators and the utilities, DOE, and my office, we really have to work together to ensure that there is no overlap. There is no one step forward and one step back, because they're pursuing their own separate goals and objectives.
Thank you. Jim, I want to give you a chance to respond to that, and I have a follow-up question for you as well.
Okay, so going back to one of the earlier points about the climate business plan, because I think the industry, and so that is the customer representatives, OPC, AOBA, the other parties, government, clearly the utilities from our standpoint, look to work together collaboratively. This machine, this energy system, is an extremely complicated, extremely high amounts of capital deployed, and very, it takes a significant number of engineers and significant operating people to run this every single day. So we do that. One of the other pieces that I didn't get to, the third leg of our climate business plan, was really end use and energy efficiency. And I think in the nature of where we go in the future, less gas, more gas, green gas, as sort of a catch-all, I think we need to make sure we're not missing near-term opportunities where there are opportunities to use efficiency on the gas side with our customers. Electrification, beneficial electrification in some instances makes sense, makes perfect sense, if we are transparent with customers about the upfront cost and the ongoing cost. If we're transparent with our own decision makers about what is happening on the power grid today. I mean, for people just to make sure, if you were to look at PJM Now this morning, a significant percentage of the market was coming from fossil-based power. And I think we need to understand electrifying into a grid that at 2 a.m. is going to be burning gas and coal right now may not be the most advantageous solution. It doesn't also mean maybe we should be making sure we're using every bit of gas wisely. If I use gas at a power plant, wheel it down through a piece of aluminum, lose the amount of heat and run it, it's not as efficient today with a high efficiency gas furnace. So I think as we look at this evolution of the energy sector, we need to make sure we're not foregoing near-term, feasible, doable, pragmatic solutions right now.
Well, while we're here, Jim, I have a follow-up question for you. So we talked about coordinating efforts, right, with whether it's with the regulators, community, other stakeholders. How is Washington Gas coordinating efforts to ensure that the needs of the public are addressed as the district transitions to a cleaner energy future?
Similar to what Sandra said earlier, you know, we do start with our customers, and we do listen to our customers quite a bit. And we are trying to make sure they're informed and educated around this evolution, because it's absolutely critical. I mean, to go back, for those that don't know, Washington Gas was first established about 176 years ago by a congressional charter. So our first customer was, in fact, the U.S. Capitol. The federal government invited us to light the Capitol. That's why it's WGL, the L is light, because we were initially a town gas company. So we've evolved since that point in time to supply customers. And we do listen, and and what we hear a lot of is a question of affordability. And I think we all work extremely hard as utilities to say, how do we balance the need to continually invest in infrastructure, modernize infrastructure, run a good operation with what ends up then being customer bills. And so we're thinking about affordability, and we hear that quite a bit from our customers. You know, we're very proud, Sandra mentioned, we have some very good programs the Commission has approved around helping those most vulnerable, and we need to continue to think about, are they working the best they can work? What else could we do to make sure that the customers that are most in need can be supported so that they can have the energy they need every day? We also then think about working very collaboratively with our employees. You know, thousands of people, our contractors, are they able to come to work, be safe, deliver the value they see, and find value in what they do every day? And then finally, of course, with our regulators who are here in government, we want to make sure we're providing what we believe is accurate and timely information so they can make the best decisions as they try to carry out the public policies that are critical for DC, the region, and the nation as a whole.
Thank you. So I want to switch gears a little bit. So I want to talk about the challenges. We kind of touched on a few of them here, but I want to switch over to you, Rodney. I guess as we think about the potential barriers to the future of clean energy in the district and how they're being addressed, what are the biggest hurdles PEPCO DC faces in adapting to the district's climate policies, and how are you working with stakeholders to overcome some of those challenges?
Yeah, certainly. So I mentioned our kind of path to clean goals internally, and then obviously the district has pretty ambitious goals, rightfully so, that we support, you know, from our vantage point in terms of the work we're doing. I think first and foremost is maintaining reliability and resiliency. I think I noted at the beginning the tremendous investments PEPCO and Exelon has made in the grid within the district, right? Networking the transmission. Hopefully, if you're a district residents, you've seen an improvement or experienced an improvement in your electric reliability. That's just a direct result of the investments we've made in the grid, right? To harden the grid, get it reliable, get it resilient. And that's even more so important now in a post-pandemic era where people are working from home, people are working remotely. You need the grid to be even more reliable now. It's maintaining that. I oftentimes will talk to industry professionals and they'll say, hey, people sometimes forget how bad it used to be in terms of reliability. And when you haven't had a major storm or a significant event and the grid holds up, even when you have storms, it's easy to get comfortable. So at PEPCO and Exelon, we don't want to take our foot off that throttle at all. We want to make sure we continue to invest in our system because it's needed here in the district. So much relies on it. But that's a balance, too, against introducing new clean tech. We talked about the distributed energy resources, battery storage, solar, right? We just did a project, actually not in the PEPCO territory, but we hope to bring it here to the district. In Delmarva Power, we just started a pilot, a vehicle-to-grid pilot. We've got Ford Mach-E's, we've got a company called Nuvi, PJM was involved in the effort. And imagine a future where you have electric vehicles that can transport the energy that is not being used, back to the grid. And so we have a demonstration project that just kicked off in partnership with the University of Delaware. We did some research with them, and that project has taken off. How cool would it be to do that here in Prince George's County, a community called Fairmount Heights? We have a microgrid demonstration project, 6 modular homes. Each home has solar panels on the roof. There's a battery wall. There are battery walls in the home, and then a battery park in the community. It's a demonstration project. It's meant to be a net zero kind of home community. The backbone is the grid, so we have to reinforce the grid, because if you lose the solar or the power, the batteries, you still need to be able to power the homes. But the idea here is that each home can back each other up. But to do so, we need to invest in the grid. So these are all challenges, but we see the challenges as opportunities if we work them in concert with our partners here on the stage, and certainly with our regulators and our policy leaders. We're also highly engaged in our industry groups, EEI, where there's a lot of thought leadership, right? Other states are really doing work similar, right? How we kind of lean into that space as thought leadership. So, you know, I appreciate the perspective of challenge ahead of us, but you know, at Pepco and Exelon, we'll take that any day and flip that into an opportunity, because I don't think we have a choice, candidly speaking. You know, when we consider the impacts of climate change, and you consider a future generation, we have to act now. And we see our grid as an enabler for a lot of clean tech. And I really loved the point that was made around, you shouldn't necessarily have a home with a large roof to be able to access solar, right? Community solar programs, I think, are phenomenal in connecting vulnerable communities to clean tech. The electrification of the transportation sector, that's huge, right? Getting our buses clean, right? So, as I noted, Exelon is in major urban centers. What do you have in major urban centers? Transit, mass transit. And so how do we play a role in that? So we see Pepco and Exelon right at the epicenter of all of that, and more importantly, working within that ecosystem with policy leads, elected and public officials, customer advocates, our folks at DOE, and even our Washington Gas friends.
Great response, Rodney. And actually, it's a great segue to my question for Sandra. So we heard a lot from Jim and Rodney about affordability, reliability, and resiliency when it comes to this transition. How is OPC handling customer concerns, even questions, education regarding the reliability and affordability of clean energy?
I'm going to sound like a broken record. But it really is, you know, outreach and communication and listening to what they have to say. I commend the chairman for the way that he handled the young women who came to voice their concerns. We're going to get that. And so you can't just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. You certainly can't be hostile to them. It is because some of what they're saying is true. Some of the concerns that they are raising have merit. And we need to look, you know, take away the bluster and get to the bottom line. And I think that bottom, and I know this is heresy to say it, but I'm a consumer advocate. The bottom line is, how is the District of Columbia going to ensure that we meet our goals? And when I say that, I want to be able to look into the future and not see a future where we're basically the same place we are now. That scares me. And I know that it happens in the regulatory community. You know, we have these phases of affordability and various other things that come up in terminology. But have there been fundamental changes? And because clean energy is going to be with us and is inevitable, how are we going to ensure that 20 years down the line, we have another summit and the issues are still the same, that there is a disparity between, one group versus the other. There's a disparity between low income and high income. Stranded costs are real, and it comes from two places. One, and it was mentioned, one, the low income consumers can't make the investment in future energy things that will promote clean energy. So what do you do when everyone else is moving, it's leaving the system and putting up their solar panels? We have to look at rate structure. We have to look at how we can protect those low-income consumers to make certain that they're not stuck with the bill and not getting the service that their neighbors up the street are getting. We also, many of you know, I'm sure, that the energy burden disparity between low-income people is as high as 25 to 30%. That's remarkable, unbelievable. If you were paying your energy costs with 30% of your income, what would you do? But we don't think about it that way. We think about it as, oh, yeah, this is an affordable rate for me, but it's not necessarily an affordable rate for consumers. So that's one thing that we definitely have to consider as we move forward. And it's not going to be easy. Just sharing, OPC has always been an advocate for environmental issues and clean air. But I will confess that it was hard to get to the position where we say this electrification and or clean energy is inevitable and it's going to cost more. Where I haven't gotten to is to say consumers, low-income consumers should pay it. So what I'm challenging you, and what is my challenge, is to figure out how we're going to share those costs. What are we going to do different? To have a different outcome, you have to have a different approach. So it's not going to be pretty, and anytime I say it, it's true.
So in the spirit of collaboration, because that is what you're saying, we have to just all the minds and hands need to come together. I do want to pivot to Nick. Nick, how is DOE working with DCPSC, utilities, and the Office of the People's Council to align these efforts on the district's clean energy goals, as well as policies?
So the good thing is I think we've touched on, Rodney kind of teed this up earlier, but we've touched on some of this, and obviously the People's Council emphasized the long-term challenge that we're facing. And I think one of the things, you asked a question about challenges, and I think for me, one of the things I think about a lot is that this is a long-term problem that requires action tomorrow. And I don't even necessarily mean that just in the sense of climate action, I mean that too, but tomorrow, across the district, dozens of water heaters are going to fail, and dozens of furnaces are going to fail, and they're going to be replaced. And what are we going to replace them with? And Jim made the point earlier about looking at ways where we have gas systems that have some useful life in them. Maybe you've got a commercial building and it's got a 30-year boiler and it's got 10 years of life in it. Absolutely, we should look for ways to make those systems use a little bit less energy over the remaining useful life. But I often think about how what we install when that thing reaches end of life or when that device fails is going to commit us to this long-term path. And that's going to help determine how we look back on things. So if we replace a system today, a gas system today, with another gas system, a very highly efficient one, that gas system will never become more efficient. It'll never consume less energy and produce fewer carbon emissions. So if we put an electric system in, sure, today, the PJM grid, there's nothing to write home about. It's not amazing. But every day that grid's going to get a little bit cleaner. So that electric heat pump, every day that of its life, is going to get a little bit cleaner. It's going to produce a little bit less emissions. And so that's how I think about that lock-in effect. And so as we're thinking about that long-term set of goals and the near-term actions, the actions tomorrow, that's where these collaborations become critical. So Sandra talked about sort of this impending looming burden of cost and how do we help low-income households navigate that, and I talked about some ways. But some of the ways that we're actively collaborating with OPC colleagues is to think about how do we expand the programs that we currently have, our utility discount programs that our utilities offer, that currently somewhere in the neighborhood of 10% of eligible households in the district are actually enrolled in these programs. 10%, right? There are states, some of them as close as across our border in Maryland, that have taken great strides to increasing the enrollment in those programs, not by a few dozen or a few hundred, but by thousands of people. That's what we need to set our sights on. And so that's one of the things we're working really closely with OPC on. We're thinking about sort of our energy suppliers, and some of them are great actors and they're providing us with good service, and some of them, not so much, right? Sandra and her colleagues get complaints every day from residents who someone came to their house and said they were from Pepco, but they weren't from Pepco because Pepco wouldn't do this, and they get them to sign on to an alternative contract that they think they're going to get a good deal on, but it locks them in to sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 times the cost of electricity. We've got to work closely with our colleagues at OPC and with our colleagues at the utilities to think about how do we navigate that challenge, and how do we make sure that households are educated, but also that we're helping them make good choices and avoid making bad choices. And then, across the government and with our colleagues at the Public Service Commission, we really have to be thinking about how do we lay the groundwork that's going to help us make those decisions tomorrow that are going to get us to where we need to be in 2 or 3 decades, right? And so, Roddy mentioned batteries, and I'm just super excited about batteries. Batteries can do so much. I mean, my colleague Al Carr, who's sitting back here in the corner, led a cool project with some of our folks at the energy team where we helped DDOT invest in these capital bike share charging stations. So if you go around the town, there's only 4 of them, but there's going to be more, you'll see these bike share stations, and at first blush, you're like, oh, that's just a bike share station. But if you look closer, it's got these giant solar panels, not the little dinky one that most of them have. And beneath those panels is a battery. And so all day long, those panels charge the battery, and then the rest of the time and overnight, that station charges the electric bikes that people park at that station. And that's a super small example, but it's a super cool one. And we can do that exact same thing at wildly different scales. And so we got to coordinate on making sure that we work with the Public Service Commission to make sure that we have the rules and the incentives that make it so people want to install these technologies and can really deploy them at scale.
Thank you, Nick. And just one more rapid fire. In 3 words, what is the future of clean energy in the district? And I'm going to start with Jim. 3 words.
Very,
Go.
very, very, very bright.
Rodney.
Can I give you one word?
Yes.
Energized.
Nick.
Clean, electric, affordable.
And Sandra.
It'll be what we make it.
That's more than 3 words. All right, well, that concludes our panel. Please join me in thanking this amazing, esteemed group of speakers here.
So I'm just going to give some brief closing remarks here. I go to a lot of summits, participate in a lot of panels, and I figure out a metric to determine when it's a good summit, good panel, good conference. And it's 2-part test. One, of course, is the content. And then the second part is who's actually here at the end of the day. And I look out in the room, I see we still have a pretty full room, so I think that means that today was certainly a success. So thank you to our panelists. I want to thank all those who participated earlier. Thank you for your time, your insights. I think we have a lot of great questions. I think Madam Fry summed it up well when she said that in 20 years, we don't want to be here in the same exact space. And so we are in agreement there. Thank you again for coming. We have a reception that's being hosted by EEI in another room to continue the discussion a little bit further. But again, thank you and have a great night.
Are we done? Thanks, bye.